Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you are winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who Trump nominated as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the US confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. And all right, guys, we are live. And make sure to go check out that deal we got with Kalshi. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's go ahead and get right into it with Trump addressing the press about the Iran war, plus more. And then we're going to get to a complete media analysis on all the updates that's been happening over the past 48 hours. But all right, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. And we're going to go ahead and start off with our guy, Trump.
It's been a very big 2 days, I have to say. And we'll be heading back to Washington, D.C. right after this. And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that.
Yeah, when it comes to their naval capability, we have completely decimated that. Now, when it comes to the ballistics capability, they're still firing missiles. And I know everybody's pretty much saying, well, said they reduced the number of missiles they've been firing during the first, 3 days of the war. And yeah, I pushed that to the military experts, and they hit me with because they ran out of targets. I mean, they hit all their targets. So what? They're supposed to keep on flinging more at targets they no longer need to hit. And actually, now they're focusing a lot of their targets are now being focused in Israel. So about 2 days ago, video finally been released about attacks that's been going on in Israel and how these missiles are seen to be going straight through the Iron Dome. And we'll get into that later. But let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Many didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing has been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles.
Which is true, but the problem is that Iran, I mean, they've mastered, the art of underground bunkers at this point. So we're able to get everything above ground. So yes, all of their weapon, missile defense systems, rocket launchers, the trucks that they use to send off like 12 drones at a time. Yeah, all those have damn near been destroyed, like 90% of them. The problem is we're having a hard time getting these underground bunkers where they're rising up, shooting them off, and then going back in. We have yet to be able to touch these underground bunkers. But everything above ground is completely decimated.
We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see.
We did hit their water desalination center. We did hit one of their oil factories. We blew up the oil factories, I mean, to the sky, to the point where it got caught in the clouds and it started raining oil. Yes, acidic oil. Started raining onto the skies. Now these people in Iran got to wear masks and all that good stuff. And then, of course, destroying their water desalination center. I mean, the effects of that are yet to come. I'll tell you this right now, it's not going to be good.
See what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers. And
oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen if you like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up, or you can just send a gift to show some support. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
83% drop in drone launchers, as you know. The drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately, right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones. And our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missiles.
Okay, now that was a bit of propaganda right there. When he says low-cost interceptors, yeah, guys, we're throwing like rockets that basically cost $1 million at drones that probably cost 50,000 at most. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the main problems about this war. It's a little expensive to run defense right now, especially against drones that only cost like what, $20,000 to $50,000. But we're sending missiles, maybe they cost like $500,000, but basically at average, each of these missiles costs $1 million that we're firing towards these drones. Like, is gonna get expensive.
Launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match.
We're knocking them down, though.
And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know.
Yeah, so when we killed Ali Khamenei, there was a next guy that was supposed to step up before his son, but we end up taking that guy out as well. So, and here's the thing, the people of Iran didn't really want to bring in, well, be real, didn't really want to bring in Khomeini's son. They got down with the idea off of the martyrism of his father's death, but they did not want family succession. Remember, this was one of the main reasons, well, one of the multiple reasons why they turned against the Shah, because of family succession. So we'll see how this works out with Khomeini's second eldest son coming in. But yeah, sadly, the Ayatollah is still in power, and they are still have a line of succession that they're still acting off of.
No, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with a situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been
Yeah, but instead they brought in his son. And I mean, bro, this man is coming in on a trail of vengeance. I mean, think about it like this. So the United States Army bombed his dad, his mom, and his wife all in one strike, by the way, all in one strike. So it's just like prepare for the revenge arc of Iran at this point. And I'm a bit scared too, because I'm just like, yeah, this guy's gonna be a hardliner, more of a hardliner than Khomeini is, or his father was. One, because I mean, well, father killed, mother killed, and wife killed all in one strike. You think you think we're on his good side? Let's be honest.
doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole, where they were involved very strongly. They always denied it, but where they were very strongly involved, and all of the people that died through the roadside bombs died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms.
Yeah, the roadside bombs in Iraq at that time, yo, those were created by the Shia. I mean, yeah, you could also relate the Shias to the Iranians, since they're Shia Muslim as well. But there were Shia Muslims that were doing it. There was other groups of people that were laying out those roadside bombs. So to sit there and blame all of it on Iran, which they were taking a part of it as well, is like, all right, come on now. What are we selling here? We're selling the hatred of Iranian people.
A face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build.
No, I got to respond to this, because I did get into the debate with this guy, Angry Man. And bro, I'm sorry, but anybody intellectually, I mean, I'm sorry, but he's just dumb. First off, he made an all statement about Muslims. He said all Muslims are trying to take over the world. I'm sorry, but one of the many rules of debate is never try to debate an all statement, because you're taking out of people's individual differences. So I'm sorry. That's why I clowned him like that, because he kind of gave me the debate as soon as he made that all statement. He didn't want to say, oh, the Shia Muslims want to, which we could have had that debate, and I might have agreed with him on that. But when he made the all statement, the foolish all statement that any real debater knows not to make, that is when I just start clowning this man.
Nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential,
oh, thanks, guys.
If we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before.
But lesson number one, and I mean to the Angry Man guys in the chat, look, don't ever make an all statement in a debate. I'm sorry, but this is something that you should have learned in middle school.
For now, and at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that, that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way, the newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever.
Bro, if you spent 20 years in the Middle East, then you understand why Angry Man was wrong when he said all Muslims want to take over, because they're not even in unity when it comes to Middle East foreign politics. I mean, yeah, Middle East politics. So you know that a lot of these countries are divided over the Palestinian question. They're divided over American influence, I mean, and religious differences. So if they're not even in unity within those three categories and they're divided amongst each other there, then how are they all trying to take over? And if they were all trying to take over, then there would be a, well, basically United State of Islam by now trying to dominate every region. But they're not. They're too busy divided fine amongst each other over those three things that I just stated. You said you spent 20 years in the Middle East, and you should know this as much as I should.
For civilian purposes, we had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon.
There was no proof that Iran wanted to build a nuclear weapon. We had no proof. And guess what? Even if they were trying to build a nuclear weapon, the best they could have got was to 90% enrichment, and then to get over to the powder, metal, and all that good stuff. That would have been noticeable. There'd have been no way they'd have been able to hide that, and we'd have been able to catch it immediately. So and by the time we caught it, they'd still be 4 weeks out from an actual bomb, and we'd been able to stop it right there and then.
So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the three sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site. And that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process while rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles. They were going to do it all at the same time. It threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which are now being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used, because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down.
Yeah, we've been able to shoot about 90% of them down. But like I said, they fired multiple rockets at one target with the expectation that we're going to shoot most of them down. But guess what? They just need about one or two of these to hit. That's the problem. And this is why it seems like Iran kind of reduced the amount of rockets they're sending, because, I mean, they've already hit their targets. Now they're just focusing on Israel, sadly.
Incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out.
Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people out on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up.
Pretty soon. We're literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And
okay, now, yeah, I could agree with you on that, but let's be real. Iran been told everybody that if they get attacked, they will start attacking bases in the region. Israel heard that, and they said, okay, yeah, now we're going to go attack Iran. And they told the U.S. that they were going to attack them. And guess what? If we didn't follow up with Israel, then, yeah, that would have left us vulnerable. So, AKA, Israel dragged us into this war as soon as Iran said that, yo, if we get attacked, we're attacking bases. So... And here's the thing. They attacked them right after we stepped out of negotiations with them, with Steve Witkoff, the Omar foreign minister, the Omanian foreign minister, and, of course, the Iranian delegates or negotiators. Right after that, Israel decided, hey, yeah, we're going to go strike Iran. They told us, and we're like, well, we have no choice but to follow up with you, or we're going to leave our assets vulnerable in the region, even though our assets still got hit.
The neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others. But They were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake.
Yeah, because honestly, it actually did turn the Gulf states against Iran. But what Iran was trying to do, what their goal was to pretty much make them regret having U.S. bases on their land or in their country. They wanted to make it seem more like a liability than an asset. And that's what Iran was trying to do. Now, it does, like, I'm not sure if that really worked out for them. It does kind of seem like you just made all the Gulf countries pissed off at them. So we'll see how this progresses down the line. But it does look like the Gulf countries are just pretty irritated with Iran.
There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was
Yeah, but you could have did that through, well, diplomacy. I mean, they were willing to give up their weapons, but for some, well, their nuclear capability and their nuclear program, they were willing to give that up. They were willing to go to zero enrichment, according to the Omanian foreign minister, who was there during those negotiations. And for some reason, our negotiators moved the goalposts to ballistic missiles and proxies, which was never really on the table for Iran. And we knew that they were going to reject it. But for some reason, we keep playing in their face, going like, oh, well, we'll go ahead and take the zero enrichment. We walked away from there. And then next thing you know, Israel's following up. Israel's bombing them, and we're following up on it. That's pretty much what went down.
In 2015, I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world.
Hey guys, I want to let y'all know this isn't I don't hate Trump. I actually voted for the man. I'm just disappointed in where he's taking America right now. I honestly think he's going to destroy all of his progress. Like, look at gas prices. Look at the job market right now. All of that progress is going down because of this war. And if it keeps going out and we are in this for like 3, 4, 5, 6 months, he's cooked. We're cooked, bro. The Republican Party is going to be cooked come midterms. If we can end this by the end of the month or sooner, then we have enough time to, well, gain back that economic loss and look good for the midterms. If not, we're cooked.
Hostage, an attempt to stop the globe's oil supply, and if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world.
Yeah, but here's the problem, Trump. You've promised insurance, and insurance prices are skyrocketing when it comes to getting these ships through. So, and this is what I also don't like, bro. This is wild. So what? Their insurance is on the backs of the American taxpayers. So not only are we paying for this war, we're also paying for the insurance of these boats. And then now we got to lead them through the Strait of Hormuz that could possibly be fired upon at any moment. Are we for real, bro? Yeah, I'm trying to wonder where our interests align here.
Acting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world. If they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that, too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it, because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the
Obviously China's not on our side on this, and yes, China is getting hurt. That's why they're sending intel, literally letting the Iranians know where our bases were. Do you even know how the Iranians were able to strike our bases with such accuracy? Well, you can go ahead and thank the Chinese and Russians for that, because they're the ones who are feeding them the intel, feeding them the satellite imagery, because we blocked off all of ours so they couldn't get into that. But guess what? The Chinese satellites, Russian satellites, they were doing the jobs for the Iranians. So that's how these guys were able to target our bases with such precision.
World from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very...
Oh, man, shout out to my man Noah Joyner for, starting us off on the super chat. Appreciate the support, my brother. He said he talked about our lasers, but not our railguns. Well, damn, hold on. We got those? Well, I know we got the lasers on the ships to take down the drones. That's why we're not really worried about the drones hitting the ships. Like, I know that for sure. Or maybe that's the railgun you're talking about.
Decisively, we're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful.
But I do need to go into some of the damages that's going on, because in Bahrain, yes, they has confirmed disruptions, but not a total shutdown of water. So, I mean, shout out. But a water desalination plant was reported damaged, but Bahrain's authorities said water supply and the national water network were not disrupted. Thank God. Thank God. And let's see, in Bahrain's, it's in a state of emergency right now, as well. Apparently, there are still attacks coming through, but we do have Kuwait. Now, Kuwait, it has cut crude oil production and declared, well, I'm be real with you. They pretty much declared that they're going to have to force the shutdown because of the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz, and Kuwait has not opened it up yet. And Qatar, well, shout out to Reuters, they reported Qatar halted LNG production last week amid the conflict. So we got two countries pretty much shutting down production of oil and one of liquid and gas.
Country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed, but they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
And remember, the new supreme leader is Khomeini's second eldest son. So second eldest son is the new leader, and like I said, he's coming in with, I guess, the biggest battery in his back right now, because like I said, his father was killed in the strike, which was Ali Khomeini. His mother was also killed in the strike, and so is his wife. So trust me, man, this guy is coming in, I'm pretty sure, on a radical note.
Yes, I had a very good call.
Most likely he's going to be worse, which we predicted. Like, yeah, you take out this guy here, most likely we're going to get somebody worse. And we got the guy with all the vengeance and hatred in his heart right now. Hopefully we take him out, as at this point, we're all in now.
President Putin, we had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. Mm-hmm. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
but soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
very soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
to Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that? And why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. No. Look at what we've done as a...
I don't know, man. This actually might cook Marco Rubio's and J.D. Vance's potential of becoming president. Like, they might have just cooked their political stock, especially Marco Rubio. Like, they say, oh, he messed up. He didn't know what he was saying. I mean, that's the problem. Not even he knew how to explain this. Like, he walked out in front of the world and said, well, yeah, I mean, Israel said they were going to attack Iran, so we followed up with them, and everybody in the world was like, bro, are you serious? Like, they're pretty much saying we're going to war because Israel dragged us into it, and this might be a long conflict here. So are you like, is that, trust me, when he said it, everybody was in disbelief. And then when he came back on, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of my own MAGA guys were coping. Y'all was coping. He pretty much said the same thing. He pretty much said, yes, Israel came to us, and we knew that if they struck Iran would now be so-called an imminent threat. And I'm like, duh, we struck them. So they're going to attack our bases like they said. But it is what it is.
As a presidency, look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover.
Hey, and shout out to my man Tony. He ain't had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support, man. I appreciate that.
It wouldn't matter because they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living the Cuban-American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban-American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So yeah, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
There's footage that shows an American missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I
for that
haven't seen
strike?
it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries, that.
Yeah, we know that, but guess what? Iran does not have any tomahawks. There's been no credible evidence that Iran has have tomahawks. I'm sorry. So I know there was people coping online going like, well, that doesn't look like a tomahawk. This grainy ass photo of a tomahawk. Y'all trying to say, oh, it don't look like it. You got the wings on it and everything, but oh, it don't look like it. I'm just like, bro, the coping is crazy. When U.S. military intelligence is saying that it's most likely the United States that did it, when Pete Hegseth and that general came out and showed all the places that we struck and the school was within the strike zone, I mean, what else coping do y'all have to do? And trust me, I don't want to believe that we did it, but all evidence points to it. And when y'all got to sit there and take a grainy ass photo and say, oh, that's not a real Tomahawk missile. Like, really? And then now y'all still want to push the propaganda that it was Iran that blew up their own school from a video that's been disproven already. That proves that, bro, that was 1,300 kilometers away from that school in a whole different city. Impossible to reach the school. Geolocation confirmed this already, and y'all working off a week-old propaganda. Just stop coping. Shout out to my man Tony for becoming a member. Appreciate that.
And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more, but whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries, but that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications.
And but you can't affect regime change from the air. Now, if Trump is just trying to grind down their military capability and then walk off into the sunset and claim victory, I mean, that's probably would be his best decision right now. But if he has other goals like regime change and all that, bro, you're gonna have to put boots on the ground for that, and you can't do it through airstrikes. Like we all know about the so-called underground bunkers built on top of, well, I'll be real with you, highly durable cement.
Have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy. Very powerful Navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off their ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufactured the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well, we're looking.
All right, we got a bit of breaking news from our guys over here at News Nation. It says, let's see here. Iran launches new attacks targeting Israel and Gulf countries as it seeks to ramp up pressure on the U.S. This came out about 48 minutes ago. So on Tuesday, Iran launched missiles and drones attacks at Israel and Gulf Arab states, triggering sirens in Dubai, Bahrain, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv as defenses intercept fire. I mean, targeting of energy infrastructure has been central to Tehran's campaign, as Iran has targeted energy infrastructures and effectively stopped tankers from using the Strait of Hormuz, which carries 20% of the world's oil. Saudi officials say they destroyed 2 drones while Kuwait's National Guard shot down 6. And an airstrike on the 40th Brigade of the Popular Mobilization Force in Beirut killed 5 militiamen. So this is what's going on right now, guys. And this came out about 48 minutes ago on News Nation. You can find it on Radio Finance International and, of course, the Hindu Times. Hindu Times.
Keep the oil prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best.
I'm going to be real with you, bro. I mean, maybe I'm being a bit unfair with this, but it's not a military success until the war is over. Until these guys either capitulated to our demands, they're giving everything up, that's a success. I mean, just because we're decimating them and they're still fighting, by the way, with no regime change in sight, I mean, we got some dubs off, but I'm not going to sit here and call this a success until, well, the war is over and we have some good results.
Military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. You know, Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us and Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks, and they would have used it long before this press conference, and we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
You've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today, it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy. It's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the SAVE Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act, the Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. When a voter, we want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter is a citizen of the United States of America, and we want no mail-in ballot scams. So we have exceptions for the military, for sick, for disabled, and for people that are away, business trips or whatever. Even vacations will be very liberal in that. We've added 2 things to it: no men and women's sports and no transgender mutilization of our children. We don't want it's mutilization of our children, and we don't want that. So we added those 2 things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86% with Democrats. Think of that. The overall vote is 86%. With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed to it is a Democrat leadership because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold, and we're going to have to fight like hell. Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt and so dishonest.
Well, I agree with the whole, voter ID. Yes, I do agree that we do need to start making people verify their citizenship, so we're making sure we're having fair elections. I'm okay with that. Like, please, let's go ahead and get that through. But I mean, bro, trust me, that's not going to save you in midterms if this war carries on.
We've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as an example, virtually nobody has nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France went away from it. They all went, you know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter, when he had a commission, frankly, I think it's probably the best thing Jimmy Carter did. He said, you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently dishonest. And it's turned out to be totally dishonest. So we're going to fight for it. Yeah.
Has Iran activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S.? There's reports that they have pressed that trigger button to activate those cells, at least abroad.
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown, because as you know,
guys, you know what? I'm not really in belief of the Iranian sleeper cells because, bro, if you honestly understood how sleeper cells worked, like, I see why it's really only Russia that could have that capability than Iran, because I don't think Iran, I'm like, look, I'm not trying to shit on the Iranians or the Persians capability, but to set somebody up like a sleeper cell, like, bro, you literally got to separate this kid since birth, giving him an American upbringing in your country, fake an American school, fake American teacher. He watches American television. So when he comes over to America, there's no way in hell you could tell the difference. If anything, you think this kid was born in New York, but really he was born in Tehran. So, and that's the quality of a sleeper cell. So I don't really think Iran has that capability. Russia, for sure, because Russia's been caught with sleeper cells multiple times. Now, do we have terrorist cells? Now, do Iran has terrorist cells? Maybe, most likely, for sure. But sleeper, I'm sorry, I don't think they that cold to do that.
The apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot.
Like, bro, do you understand what sleeper cells are? Like, that means you have to be weary of every Iranian that speaks perfect English. Every Iranian that just seems too American. That's your sleeper cell.
But the Democrats have to open that up. But we've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under, we've got them, we're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Like, hold on, a lot of y'all confusing a terrorist cell with a sleeper cell. Like, look up the difference, because a sleeper cell is way more like complicated than what a terrorist cell is. Those sleeper cells, bro, you wouldn't even notice them. I mean, bro, trust me, not even somebody said, well, don't you have any Iranians that own a store around you? No, I don't. No, I don't, sadly. But because I would actually love to talk to some at this point. But the problem is, though, is that, yeah, a sleeper cell, bro, we wouldn't be able to tell. Like, y'all really need to look up what a sleeper cell is, or maybe I need to pull up a video.
Do you have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new supreme leader?
Exactly.
You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran with
Well,
another
I don't
Ayatollah?
want to say that, but you know, I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
Thank you, sir. You've said you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. What are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been
I like the
decimated and
idea
wiped
of, internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman, Delcy, who has been, president of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job. And it's, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq.
It's kind of funny, like I said, it was like, well, there really wasn't no regime change in Venezuela. We just took out the guy in that regime who wasn't listening to us, and now we got somebody in there who does listen to us. So the regime is still in power in Venezuela. You know what? I think there's a reason why we haven't talked about the lives of the Venezuelans since the taking out of Maduro, or since the capturing of Maduro. It's because nothing's changed. They're still living under the same dictatorial regime, except they just work with us. So it's all good now.
Where everybody got fired. The military got fired. The police got fired. The politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people, but hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming.
And be real with you, yes, kind of snatching Venezuela's oil the way Trump did, like this.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it, like, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
Nigga, I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
Yeah, man, you know what? A country got some oil in this, hey, refinery, right? Man, give me that, man. You know what to do with that. We're about to add it to our stockpile. And that's what we did.
And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from.
Yeah, but not Iran. Iran don't got no Tomahawks. So I mean, everybody was trying to sit here and trying to blame it on Iran after the geolocation done proved it wrong. Military intelligence is saying it's most likely us. I'm sorry, guys, but let's just stop the cope. Like, most likely this was an honest mistake. The school did used to be a part of an IRGC naval base. It was cut off 10 years ago, and we were probably working off old information, so we assumed that the school was still part of the base. It's about as simple as that. If they had just admitted that mistake, I mean, be real with you, everybody would have been cool. We'd have been like, all right, things happen, casualties of war. But when you sit there and try to lie about it, yeah, it turns people off.
But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
All right.
Yeah, please.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon, where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that,
that's a lie. The Omanian foreign minister who was there in that room said that, yeah, the Iranians were willing to go to zero enrichment. And both parties, and it was told that both parties left satisfied. So it does seem like there's something going on here. It's either the Omanian foreign minister is lying or Steve Witkoff is lying. And now I see why the Omanian foreign minister went on Face the Nation, because I think he's figuring this out. I think Steve Witkoff is actually lying about what's going on in these negotiations to Trump. Like, the Iranians will actually give some leeway. They'll actually concede on some stuff. And then he'll go to Trump and say, oh, no, they're not conceding on anything. They said this, that, and the third. They're making it worse. But then the Omanian foreign minister says something completely different. And remember, this is an ally of both. This is a neutral party. So, I mean, you could sit there and say, but he's a Muslim, and I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean anything. He came out here and literally said the opposite of what Steve Witkoff said. So somebody's lying.
to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first.
Because Israel hit them. That's why they told us if we strike them or if Israel, they were going to start attacking bases in the region. For some reason, Israel took that upon themselves to be like, oh, this is the perfect time to drag us into a war. And they took it upon themselves and they struck and we had to follow up. So if Trump is talking about, oh, they were an imminent threat before we struck them, that's a lie. Now, if you're talking about they're an imminent threat after we strike them, well, no shit. I mean, any country would be at that point.
I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite, because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place. That was a set.
Bro, we'd have been able to see as soon as they got to 90% enrichment and they actually start trying to construct it, we'd have been able to monitor that from step one of them trying to construct that bomb after they got to the 90% enrichment, because they can hide that. They can hide their enrichment process. What they can't hide is that construction of the bomb and making it from, what was it, the liquid to the powder to the metal. Yeah, all that we'd have been able to see. We'd have been able to verify it, and then we'd have been able to strike at that moment, and they'd have still been 4 weeks out from actually getting that bomb. So yeah, that's not true. Like, they weren't an imminent threat in terms of their nuclear capabilities. And then trying to say they're trying to take over all of the Middle East. But what? I'm sorry, but the only country in the Middle East that's expanded their borders in the past, I don't know, 5-10 years is Israel. Only one.
Back. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
Points of disagreement between yourself and your vice president when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete, and everybody was involved. I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back. Please, in the back.
Sir, you said you're considering seizing the Strait of Hormuz. Is there a timeline for that?
About the strait, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the straits. But hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
Supreme Leader, you have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well,
I'm sorry, guys. What I was pretty much saying was it irritated me was that, okay, so you're telling me that China, our greatest trade enemy, the people who really want to see our economy, like, go down the shitter, like, been doing duplicitous trade tactics forever. We're now about to offer their ships insurance and guide them through the Strait of Hormuz. That China? Please tell me where the America First is in that. Please tell me.
a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say.
And then here's the thing, is the coping on the right. It went from, oh, well, we're damaging China, y'all should be happy. Now we're offering to help them with our tax dollars, by the way. Crazy.
Whether or not he does, because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military.
My bad, guys. My bad. I guess y'all didn't hear me. But yeah, pretty much what I was saying was that, what Trump pretty much just said with China is kind of crazy, because think about it. You're telling me we're going to use taxpayer dollars and our Navy to help China through the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to pay for their insurance. We're going to give them military protection. And this is one of our most duplicitous trade partners ever. Don't ever want to work out a good deal with us. Always trying to backstab us on the end. And we're helping them. Okay, bro. Okay. Yep. That's America First right there. Yep. That sounds like America First right there to me. Like, bro, I'm sorry, but I cannot see where the America First starts at that point.
They have him now in custody that was after me. So, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of the
Will I
people?
help them? I'd like to, if they can behave, but they've been very menacing. They're great people. They have an amazing population. It's amazing, smart.
Yeah, 93 million. And out of those 93 million, there's 88 million Muslims. So, how are we going to deal with that?
Brilliant, energetic. They have a great, I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, now let's get over to our guy here, Pete Hegseth, because he had a 60-minute interview. So let's see if 60 minutes going to be clutch, because, sometimes they like to hit you with the copyright, but let's get right into it.
Minutes overtime.
Some footage coming in from, Israel. So because look, guys, Israel and Iran are going through a media blackout, and for very strategic reasons. Why? Because they don't want to let the other side know where to strike. Honestly. So yeah, there's a media blackout in both the countries. But here's what's going on, or what happened in Israel about 2 days ago. Not today. 2 days ago.
Ya Allah, you. Allah.
يا ابوي وصلنا الطلق.
does seem like Iran got all the targets they wanted with the bases, and now they're just moving to directly striking Israel. Because I mean, let's be real, that's literally their main enemy. I'm be honest with you. Like that's their main target is Israel. And word on the global streets is that, well, Bibi Netanyahu's house was struck. His brother might be dead, and his foreign minister Ben Gvir might also be dead as well. But that might also be fake news because they're all Israeli media says that, well, he got in a car crash and he sustained injuries. So we'll see what comes out within the coming days.
Ultimately, their ability to fight, their ability to project power, their ability to shoot missiles, their ability to confront us, their ability to shut down shipping, all of those things will decide the terms of that. And President Trump has made that very clear.
Understood. You just said the word war. Earlier this week, Speaker Johnson, Mike Johnson, said the U.S., quote, is not at war right now. Are we at war?
Well,
is he confused about that?
The lawyers will debate all these things, and we have great lawyers, and we're making sure it's all buttoned up. There's a reason we changed our name from the Department of Defense to the Department of War.
True.
Not because we seek
Be real with you. We didn't knew y'all was actually going to get into war. We'd have low-key wanted to stop that.
war, not because we want more war. Frankly, we want peace. That's.
I mean, bro, what did you do though? You changed it to the Department of War. And now we're in war, bro. I mean, you kind of foreshadowed this with the whole name change.
What the president has put us in charge of, creating a world where we can live more peacefully. But if war is necessary, call it war, call it conflict, call it a campaign, call it an operation, call it a contingency, call it what you want. If war is necessary, we're going to fight to win. And that's different than what Joe Biden had done or Barack Obama had done or others have done in this position. Or take that long war I talked about in Iraq. George W. Bush and others sending in hundreds of thousands of troops with a nebulous end state, dissolving the security forces and then unleashing an insurgency that had us tied there for over a decade, costing thousands of lives and trillions of dollars. President Trump's not fighting that way. And if the world hasn't taken notice of that yet, they're not fully factoring in how this commander-in-chief leads. He leads with clarity, with the clear America First objectives that protect our people and our interests. And then he gives the military.
Oh, and just giving you guys the poll results. Do you support this war with Iran? Now, out of the 1,400 of y'all who voted, the no is 67% and yes is 33%. So, hey guys, those are the results out of 1,400 people that had entered the chat.
Everything they need to accomplish it. That means we set the terms. That means we decide when our mission is achieved, and then we bring our folks home, which I think is what the American people expect, that kind of strength from a commander in America.
How was this America first when we got into this over Israel? That, like, let's be real, we'd be still doing, well, diplomacy if it wasn't for Israel. I'm sorry. So how is this America first when our stock market is going to take a hit, our gas prices are going to rise, and our soldiers are going to die? Well, 6 so far. God forbid there is any more. So please tell me how is this America first when I'm not seeing no upfront benefits for us at all? But, you know, there's a propaganda on the right going like, you know, like, what was it? Short-term pain for long-term gain. Short-term pain for long-term gain is what all y'all been saying. And I hope you're right, because if you're not, y'all are going to be cooked come midterms. And you will have nobody to blame but yourselves.
Interests at every level. How long should our bases be tolerating thousands of short-range ballistic missiles and one-way attack drones pointing at our bases and our people? After 47 years of Americans being targeted and killed, the men I served with in combat in Iraq coming home with no arms and no legs, targeted by Iranian EFPs, thousands of Americans killed. Beirut, you want to go back? We can go back to how long? I mean, the regime.
I'll tell you this, man. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Megyn Kelly's more American first than Ben Shapiro. I'll tell you that right now. Bro. I align more with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens than guys like Ben Shapiro and those guys over there and the rest of them at the Daily Wire. Way more America first than them.
Itself is premised on death to America. So 47 years, thousands of missiles, and an unrelenting pursuit of nuclear ambitions. I mean, President Trump's right. When he says we obliterated their nuclear program, he's right. We did. We dropped those bombs.
How do we obliterate it, but we're still going after their nuclear sites? Benjamin Netanyahu just ordered, what was it? A 15-kilometer radius evacuation around their nuclear site. They're telling the people to evacuate far out because they're coming for it. Does that sound like we obliterated it? I mean, let's be real here. Could we say we obliterated like 9 months ago, and now we're here trying to destroy the same nuclear sites, same nuclear capabilities that we told the American people we obliterated, and that we were, I'm be real with you, pretty hostile towards anybody who said differently?
Exactly where they needed to be, set them back. But that doesn't mean they've stopped their pursuit. Doesn't mean in the back of their mind they're thinking, well, maybe we'll wait it out and keep. They've miscalculated the resolve of President Trump. Ask Nicolas Maduro about that. Ask the Houthis about that. Look at the southern border. Look at the cartels and drug boats. When President Trump says he'll take care of something, he's going to take care of it.
Let's talk about the nukes for a second. Is it possible to achieve the objectives President Trump has set before?
I'm sorry, but the cope is real. People are going, well, it's still lower than Biden. Bro, is that really all? I'm sorry, but that's crazy that y'all saying this right now. Bro, we were literally at like 269. Some states seeing 230. Now we're back up above $3. And you guys are going like, well, I mean, at least it's better than Biden. Bro, we're walking backwards. What are you? That's not concerning.
If we don't,
because we didn't actually obliterate their nuclear program. So, yeah. And since we're talking about this obliterated nuclear program today, we're still worried about the threat of it. I mean, Hegseth, what in God's name are you talking about, bro?
They haven't. And as a result, when the president looks at it, generationally, he sees.
I mean, let's be real. If we just look, man, I know people in this chat hate. I know the Trump supporters hate Obama and all that, but I'm gonna be real with you. The JCPOA was honestly the best deal we had Iran under. And when Trump actually tore that bill up in 2018, that's when these guys actually start going past that 3.6%. They start building up their stockpile. And then in 2021, that's when they achieved 60% uranium. So if we'd have still kept them under that deal that Obama had them under, that they were abiding by, they had the IAEA guys there 24/7 for 3 years, 365 days a year, monitoring their nuclear capabilities. From 2015 to 2018, when Donald Trump ripped it up. If we'd have had them under that deal, we wouldn't be here. But for some reason, Donald Trump ripped it up. Now, people want to say it was under the order of the Zionists, but I don't want to give it all to them because then I'm being anti-Semitic. But it sure does sound like it at this point. It sure does sound like it. It's looking like it, too.
A threat that would continue to gather. And if they build more missiles with a conventional shield, then that's a danger to U.S. persons, U.S. people, and our interests. And unlike previous presidents, President Trump had the courage and the boldness to act. And I'm grateful.
And do me a favor, guys. If you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Help us reach the goal for the call-in line and run Conspiracy Hour. And also, don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
We have such a commander-in-chief.
You said,
and so that's the paradigm I hope Americans will look at this. This is a president who believes that American strength is important, that we get more peace in the world when we are strong, and that the Iranian regime seeking these kinds of nuclear weapons, it was an unacceptable risk for the United States of America, and he took action. And what you're seeing now is overwhelming swift action, not to simply compel a slight change in a week, but to.
I'm sorry, but bro, we are going off the old lies of war. You're telling these guys that they have a nuclear capability that they don't have, that they're pushing towards a nuclear weapon that they was never pursuing. This is the same thing as the lies of weapons of mass destruction. And then what? We go in there, we topple the whole damn thing, and guess what? We find out that Iran was never going towards a nuke. And once again, it was a lie. Like, bro, this does seem like the same formula. It seems like the same propaganda script. Again, except instead of weapon of mass destruction, we talking about nukes, which is basically a weapon of mass destruction.
Truly get rid of that threat and provide maximum options and decision space for the president on behalf of American interests in the world.
the president also said this week, Venezuela is a model. What did he mean by that in Iran?
I heard a few senators in our closed-door briefings say, well, how do you know this is going to end up like Venezuela? Citing now Venezuela as the positive model of what these types of things can look like. Of course, we would be incredible if it ends up looking like Venezuela. They're very different countries. We're not foolish enough to think that they look the same or have the same dynamics. Again, these kind of...
The Venezuelan model is pretty much, well, if we, look, this would be the Venezuelan model. If we took out the Ayatollah and the next Ayatollah was just a complete like U.S. sympathizer, he's willing to work with us, to do everything we want. but he's still part of the Ayatollah and the regime's still in power. We just got a guy who's willing to do whatever we want. Like, that's what we got with that's what we got when we took out Maduro. When we took out Maduro and we got Delcy Rodriguez, yeah, we took out somebody who wasn't willing to work with us for somebody who is, even though they're still part of that same dictatorial regime. And I wonder if the people of Venezuela's lives got any better since they're under the same regime. I wonder.
Comparisons are thrown out there as if we don't understand that. We very much do. But Venezuela is a great example of American power and pressure on an adversary who had a lot of capabilities in our own hemisphere, which previous presidents tolerated for far too long. The Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, the Donroe Doctrine, is alive and well. We just held a conference yesterday, America's Counter Cartel Conference, where we're building together countries in Central, South America and the Caribbean to fight the cartels. I mean, he's going on offense against problems that have been lingering for a long time, but we're doing it smartly. We're doing it with a power projection and application, seeking certain outcomes. And so far, because of the way the president leads, we've achieved them.
Since you brought us into that room where you got that question from those senators, how could it be like Venezuela? What did you tell them?
Well, that was more of an observation. We didn't say anything on that. Just the fact that they're now citing Venezuela as a positive outcome.
Do you think
considering 2 months ago, everyone was saying you can't do Venezuela? I mean, the reality is what a shining example of what American strength can produce, an outcome folks thought was almost unforeseeable. Now we've got American officials there. We're reestablishing relationships. We've got an embassy there. They're participating in making sure that oil only goes through the proper processes, expelling Iranians, totally remaking what was an adversary into a strategic opportunity. I think it's an incredible thing. And I
think he understands that they don't need to really progress naval power. They just need to keep on shooting missiles and drones out there. That's all they really need to do. They don't really need naval power. That's why the Strait of Hormuz is still somewhat locked up, because other countries know that, it's not about them having boats out there. It's about them being able to shoot a rocket, a missile, hypersonic missile, whatever, at any one of these boats. And they're getting intelligence from Russia and China. So we know that they can strike these boats. That's the problem. It's not about decimating their navy. It's about the fact that they can still fire off rockets over the Strait of Hormuz into other Arab countries and into the Strait of Hormuz.
I want your viewers to understand is this is only just the beginning. We are only just now getting over the top of the country with impunity, where now the munitions we're dropping are still precision-guided munitions. We've got unlimited supplies of them, and we'll be picking those targets and sinking those boats. But I would also remind your audience, it's early. It's 6 days into this campaign, 6 days. So we're going to have a lot more options over time.
All right, this was taken a while ago.
Critical waterways like that to ensure that we can safeguard them and make sure safe passage.
From your vantage point, and I imagine from the direction of the president, we are not going to have a...
Remember, guys, we're at like day 10 or 11 in this war, so it's probably taken 4 days ago.
Global oil shock as a result of this conflict.
Well, certainly we've got a world-class energy secretary and treasury secretary and interior secretary, all who know that industry really well and have a deep reservoir of relationships. So they've got an eye on that for sure. And we've got allies and partners willing to participate in mitigating that. But the president's also been clear that, hey, he's prepared to see this through, mitigating that, but also not allowing that to be a limiting factor. This is a generational challenge he's prepared to be addressing when we want to manage all those things, but ultimately taking care of Iran's power projection capabilities changes the world for a generation and gives an opportunity to that region in ways that we haven't experienced before.
So when I just heard you say, Mr. Secretary, not a limiting factor, is that a way of saying to the American public, you might have to deal with something that's a little bit uncomfortable in terms of oil and gas prices for a little bit of a while because it's a larger, more important goal to achieve?
It's my way of saying that it is an important goal to achieve, but we have the best team on the planet addressing it. So anything that does happen on the energy side is after maximum mitigation and not done so lightly. But ultimately, this objective and achieving this objective is critically important. And we can do it not just with overwhelming lethality, but with precision as well. And that's how we aim to do it.
You were asked earlier in the week about this girls' school. You said the U.S. was investigating.
Bruv, I'm sorry, but due to some of the places where our missiles land, we got civilians involved. And I'm sorry, but due to U.S. intelligence, I mean, it's looking like we're the ones who struck that school. And I'm not saying we intentionally go after civilian targets, but let's be real. There's 1,300 Iranian civilians dead for a reason, bro. It ain't just because we were just striking only military targets. I'll say that right now. I mean, shoot, we struck a communication center. We also struck a media center, and that also ended up killing Iranians because they live around one of their little media centers. Like, bro, it's like, imagine an enemy country coming here and blowing up the CNN building in Atlanta. Yeah, that's pretty much what we did. We walked in there, we pretty much blew up one of their media centers, and didn't think that was going to get civilians involved. What? Like, come on now.
U.S. involvement. Is that report false?
I've already said we're investigating.
If you could tell the American public it definitively was not us, you would tell us, wouldn't you?
I would say that we continue to attrit missile launchers. That's the biggest one. They have a very limited supply of missile launchers. You can't. It's like lots of bullets without a gun. If you got 5,000 rounds of 9mm, but you only have 2 pistols, once you get rid of the 2 pistols, you don't have anything. And so those launchers are what we've been targeting with great success. And if they want to continue shooting, they have to continue exposing them, which means we continue to target them. And then you get at the missiles as well. And then you get at the missile production, and then you get at the drones. And the more you do that, the less interceptors you need in that process. That's one of the theories of the case, is that you got all these American troops and all these American bases and others with missiles pointed at them in a way that you can't tolerate with a country that's seeking nuclear weapons. So we don't have concerns on munition. Our projections are clear. And we're also supercharging the defense industrial base in our own country. Now, there's a reason I spent the previous month on an Arsenal of Freedom tour, going across the country, ensuring that our defense contractors are delivering. We're about to meet with them and talked about ensuring that they deliver speed, scale, under cost. We're setting out demand signals for years of critical munitions to make sure that we're full up beyond what we need. We have more munitions than we need. We need even more for that, for the world that we live in. And that's why the president's spending $1.5 trillion on defense next year. We take this deadly seriously. There's a lot of countries that talk about this stuff. There's a lot of forums that happen in Europe, and they debate these questions and problems. President Trump
Increase in military spending. Yeah, I mean, real with you, this is kind of like, look, we were okay with, I guess, the $1 trillion spending. I guess we understood the necessity of it. But now that y'all adding more and more, we are just kind of looking at this whole, this is supposed to be America first, but it's looking like we're, like I said, war first. Because, I mean, bro, that $500 million could have definitely been put towards some better uses. And I already know what my liberal homies are going to say. They're like, well, healthcare. And I mean, shoot, I know what the people on the right are going to say, bro, are veterans and their services and other things as well that we could have put that money towards. But here we are, just dumping it more into the war machine.
Him head on behalf of the security of the American people. He's a unique and generational leader.
Let's be real. When has dumping money into the war machine ever really helped us?
Admiral Cooper also made reference to drone capabilities for the Iranians. What would you assess them to be, and how much of a risk factor is that, not just for those U.S. forces position, but our allies in the region?
We're taking them on. As we see in the war in Ukraine and Russia, drone warfare is part of future warfare. There's no doubt about it.
It's exponentially advanced in the last 4 or 5 years.
No doubt. And we've advanced with it. That's why we've made drone dominance one of the top priorities of the Pentagon. The Department of War is ahead and going to surge ahead in our ability to scale drones, simple drones, attritable drones, one-way attack drones, exquisite drones. I mean, it's predator drones that do a lot of the hunting of these mobile launchers and others. So when it comes to drone technology, we're surging quickly. We know what they've got, and we know how to mitigate it, and we're getting after it.
Are they harder to stop?
I wouldn't say harder. It's just a different problem set. What is good to see, though, 6 days in, is that they're having to scoot and shoot. Because
what does that mean?
Meaning, if you're not under threat, just like anything else with a rifle, you can take your time and aim and point. It's a lot easier. But when there's a threat of a loitering munition or something striking you once you shoot, you get out there quickly and set up and try to fire more quickly and then hide again. You're just not as accurate in that context. So their salvos are less accurate and a lower volume, which allows us more opportunities to shoot them down. I want to say, though, and the president's been clear about this, it doesn't mean they won't have some get through, as we tragically saw. And we're going to greet those families at Dover and honor and respect the sacrifice.
You said in CENTCOM, rededicate.
Rededicate to the mission on behalf of recognizing their service and sacrifice in Operation Epic Fury. So that will happen. It's combat, it's war, as the president is. We don't say that callously or loosely, but if Iran thinks they're going to attrit our will, they're wrong. Our capabilities are better, our will is better, our troops are better. The providence of our Almighty God is there protecting those troops, and we're committed to this mission.
And you made that reference to the providence of Almighty God. Is there any part of you, Mr. Secretary, that views any of this in a religious context?
I mean, obviously, we're fighting religious fanatics who seek a nuclear capability in order for some religious Armageddon. But from my perspective,
Bro, hold on. You was pretty much saying the same thing to your soldiers to see this as an end of times war. You really trying to put the whole Zionist tinge on this war. You were trying to spin it to the soldiers. Yes, higher up military command is apparently ran by a whole bunch of Zionists who believe that they're trying to bring in the end times. So yeah, I know what. I'm actually happy guy kind of touched on that, but I think Hegseth knows better than to let that out.
Capability in order for some religious Armageddon.
And let's be real. I mean, you could try to call it a religious war, but no, this is a war for their sovereignty. We pretty much just told these people that they can't have no nuclear program, no ballistic missile programs, and they're not allowed to fund no causes or AKA their proxies in the Middle East. I mean, bro, we basically told them F they sovereignty. So yeah, they're fighting literally for their sovereignty. This ain't even about religion.
But from my perspective, I mean, obviously I'm a man of faith who encourages our troops to lean into their faith, rely on God. There's no atheists in foxholes. Your mortality is right in front of you. I remember prayer for me on combat missions, how important that was. That's why we're making the chaplain corps great again and active again, making sure we're pouring into the faith of our troops. My Christian faith, faith in general, is important to the president. It's important in our fighting ranks to give them perspective. On human nature, on their own humanity, on our own mortality. And we lost a lot of that with sort of self-help, self-esteem nonsense, which is not what troops need. They need a connection with their almighty God in these moments. And I'm proud of how our troops are conducting themselves, and I pray for them every day.
There were some who interpreted, Mr. Secretary, what you said earlier in the week, that reporting about casualties is done to make the president look bad. Do you believe that?
I just know the media spends a lot of time making cheap shots.
True.
The commander-in-chief, they made a whole industry doing it.
Yeah, but let's be real though. I mean, because the president said no new war, we're not going to get into war with Iran. He eviscerated Obama like 5 years, I mean maybe damn near 10 years back on Twitter, talking about if he gets into war with Iran because he failed at negotiation and all this good stuff, he wants war with Iran and all this crazy stuff. Here you are. I mean, there he was criticizing Obama for something that he's literally doing right now. So yes, it is kind of wild how he's saying this stuff, while we can look in the past and how he was completely against any new wars in the Middle East. But here we are.
Is done to make the president look bad.
So yeah, I'm sorry, but when you come out like that, yes, any death of an American soldier is going to make you look bad because you were the ones coming in on no new wars. Yes, I'm sorry, but y'all got to take that one to the chin.
Do you believe that?
I just know the media spends a lot of time making cheap shots at the commander-in-chief. They made a whole industry doing it. And so ultimately, far too often, networks and reporters spend all their time trying to find things that are wrong. It was not to dismiss casualties. Tell a combat vet and guys like us who've served and I don't wear this bracelet for decoration. I wear it because I remember the men that I served with that are lost, that paid the ultimate sacrifice for me to be sitting in this chair and for us to be having this conversation. Like, that's real every single day, the decisions that we make. And I think part of the reason recruiting is so high in our military right now is they understand they got leadership that has their back.
And let me tell you what's the biggest propaganda too. Anybody who's against this war, they want to try to frame as anti-American. And I want to tell you how dumb you sound saying that. So because I care about the American economy, our American soldiers' lives, I care about the affordability that the American people have to go through. Because I care about those things, I'm an American. Like, you understand that the only reason we're against this war is because the effects that it's going to have on your everyday American, right? So doesn't that make you, bro, just as un-American as you're accusing me of being, to just sit there and say I'm un-American for caring about Americans and how this war would affect Americans? Like, please stop with the low IQ arguments here. Stop with the low IQ name calling. Like, let's actually talk about the situation at hand.
That has walked in their boots, that's not going to use them callously or recklessly or for some nebulous mission, but is going to pour into them and give them every authority they need to be successful. I think that's motivating for troops. So my point was, as it was after Midnight Hammer and or the Maduro raid, Simply put, the media immediately jumps to try to find what's wrong or what maybe didn't happen perfectly, instead of stepping back and saying, man, I live in a country, the United States of America, where our military can do things no other country's military can conceivably do. Maybe we should celebrate that and recognize the significance of that, other than just trying to find what's wrong. Casualties are casualties, and they should be reported, and I understand that. No one's taking
And
away
the
from
act
that.
of reporting
But
them and speaking to
ultimately,
their families and their loved ones is not
it's always
part
been
of a mission
And
to
the
hurt the
president and I are going to
president or any
go honor the
president.
troops at Dover, as we should, and no one's hiding from that. And we're going to stand there, and I'm going to stand there, and I'm going to salute these incredible American heroes. It stiffens our resolve. And my simple point is that often the press is trying to look for the bad stories, as opposed to the incredible professionalism and courage of what our troops can accomplish. No other country can do what our guys do, and it's humbling to be able to have a chance to lead them.
Mr. Secretary, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Major.
All right, man. Let's go to the left and the right side of news on, how they're covering this war. But all right, though. You know what? Actually, let's be fair and, let's start over on the right side here. Let's go with, let's see here. Oh, whoop, hold up here. No, let's go to this one instead.
Trump always says he's a great businessman, and he's running this war exactly like he ran his businesses, in the red. According to 2 congressional sources, the war with Iran is coming with a minimum price tag of roughly $1 billion a day, and it's climbing higher. On Friday, the president held an emergency meeting with the nation's top weapons manufacturers, with the White House claiming there is a deal to quadruple weapons production. The problem, we're using missiles faster than we can make them. America is launching multi-million-dollar interceptors.
And this was the point I was bringing up before. It's like we're launching multi-million-dollar, $1 million missiles at 20,000 to 50, 20 to 50K rockets. Okay, they only cost $20,000 to $50,000 to make. Can be launched from a truck. Easy to make, bro. So easy to make. We copied it ourselves and sent one right back at them. But our interceptor missiles are costing like $1 million. Yeah. To intercept these drones that cost way less. This is what's making the war so expensive on us. And that's just the truth.
Stop Iran's roughly $35,000 drones. These interceptors are incredibly effective, but they're also incredibly difficult to make. One analyst compared it to shooting down an e-bike with a Ferrari. But the U.S. routinely needs to launch multiple interceptors to shoot down one drone. So actually, it's like shooting down an e-bike with a bunch of Ferraris at the same time. Now we're copying Iran's playbook and using cheap drones instead of high-cost missiles. Meet Lucas, or low-cost unmanned combat.
I mean, yeah, now that's what I like. We do have adaptability. We're like, okay, yeah, guys, we can't keep firing $1 million missiles at these drones. Let's just go drone for drone, okay? Let's go drone for drone and not just sink ourselves and, financially. Just defending ourselves against drones, because that's how it was at the beginning of the war. Like, it was just a waste of money throwing $1 million rockets at 50K at most dollar drones.
Attack system, the new solution for a cheaper defense system. Funny enough, war appears to be the one place where Trump is actually trying to deliver on affordability. Speaking of affordability, this war with Iran is now 9 days in, and at this rate, instead of adding to the deficit by killing people, we could have funded WIC for an entire year, the program that feeds nearly 7 million mothers and newborns. 2 days into this war, had already cost more than all the supposed Doge savings.
Oh man, and shout out to shout out to the supporter. Shout out to HM. He says cheap oil makes affordability possible in the US. Yeah, cheap oil does make affordability possible in the US, but I mean, hey, man, we're shooting down the foot through this war because, yes, I mean, gas done went up over 30 cents. Like, bro, we were at a, $2.80, 60 cents average. Now we're at $3.10, $3.20. Like, we're losing ground here on affordability at this point. And I mean, like I said, that was the main thing that them was crashing out on Trump about. And here Trump is low-key not making it any better right now, even though he was campaigning, doing all these speeches about affordability and all that good stuff. And trust me, Democrats can't solve affordability. We know that. And this is what we trust Trump to do. But Trump can't solve affordability while also engaged in a war. It don't work like that.
To 35 days, the cost would be enough to fund the ACA healthcare subsidies for a year. You know, the ones that Trump let expire. The war that
Oh, but I appreciate the support, bro, truly.
President Trump has called a war that we can't afford to lose is quickly becoming a war we can't afford. Joining us now is Major General Randy Manner, former acting vice chief of the National Guard Bureau. So, Major General, you oversaw the U.S. withdrawal from Iraq in 2010. And based on what we're seeing now with this war, no exit strategy, at least $1 billion a day in burn rate, and all these ongoing strikes with no end state that we're trying to reach, is Iran's strategy just to keep raising the cost of war by terrorizing our regional allies?
My thoughts are first, of course, with all of the fallen soldiers and their families, as well as, of course, the military and their families, the military that are serving in the Middle East, as well as their families that are very concerned with them. And, of course, the tens of thousands of American civilians who are still stuck there, as I was, abandoned by the U.S. government. So, by the way, the burn rate is far in excess of $1 billion a day. I will tell you that unequivocally, as the Deputy Commanding General of U.S. Army Forces in the Middle East at the time. This is that $1 billion, that's conservative. That's extremely conservative. It also infuriates me that the administration does not have a strategy as far as why are we doing this. I am all on board about the fact that the Iranians should not have the ability to produce nuclear weapons. However, the negotiations were ongoing, let alone the fact that he threw out the pre-existing agreement with Iran because he didn't have his name on it. So the bottom line up front is that we cannot sustain this long term. Every missile we fire here is one less that we have to protect the United States and one less that we have to be able to protect other important interests around the world, whether it is Europe or whether, of course, it's Taiwan. So again, every weapon we fire, one less to protect the homeland.
General, I wanted to ask you about exactly that, about the costs.
And I'm gonna be real with you. What he's been saying is what almost every military actor has been saying. It's like, yo, if we keep fighting this war like this, we're not gonna have enough to protect ourselves, protect allies, and we're honestly spending way more to defend ourselves than Iran is spending to attack us. And that's just not a good side of to be on. You don't want to be on that side of the balance sheet. But all right, let's go ahead and see what our guys over here at Fox News talking about.
The war in the Middle East threatening to spill well beyond the region as Iran is reportedly trying to activate sleeper cells abroad.
Steve Harrigan is live at the border between Iran and Armenia as Iranians look to flee the chaos. Hi, Steve.
And not to be the doomsday guy, but yeah, I guess you can expect a Muslim or a Shia Muslim motivated attack within the coming weeks, just to sell the war even more for you.
Morning. The U.S. reporting encrypted messages coming out of Iran in the wake of the death of the supreme leader on February 28th.
You know what? Defeating Venezuela equals cheap oil. Defeating Iran equals cheap oil. If we now, you know what? Maybe if we can now look, of course, Venezuela, that actually quadrupled our oil reserve. So trust me, I'm all good with that. The problem is defeating Iran. We're talking about a country twice as big as Venezuela, with more military capability as Venezuela, population twice as Venezuela, damn near. So I'm just like, bro, we're gonna lose a lot if the goal is to defeat Iran. And think about it. What is defeating Iran? Is it regime change? Is it grinding down their military capability? Like, what is defeating Iran? Because our government hasn't really told us. It sounds like we're just trying to grind down their military capabilities and walk off into the sunset like that's a win. But the Ayatollah is still in power. We won't be getting access to that oil. So unless defeating Iran comes with regime change, then we can go ahead and access that oil. But if it don't, then trust me, this is only gonna make oil prices go up. So I would have to ask you, what does defeating Iran look like? And I mean, has the administration laid out that plan? Because they're trying to sit there and say, oh, we're not trying to do regime change. But look at us decimating their military capability. I mean, that's fantastic. But if that's the goal, that's not defeating Iran.
It's encrypted messages, perhaps radio messages, signals. ABC News is reporting that an alert has gone out to law enforcement warning about the possibility of sleeper cell attacks in the U.S. President Trump addressed the risk of a sleeper cell attack.
activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S.
They've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. We're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Here along the border between Armenia and Iran, just a trickle of Iranians coming out, many describing scenes of total destruction and terror that they left behind.
Of course, we've seen explosions very often from 3 a.m. till 7 or 8 a.m., then nothing until midday. In the afternoon, the very heavy bombings resumed. There are 50 to 60 bombings daily. It's very scary. It's unimaginable for the people with children.
50 to 60.
Hard to imagine being a family and hearing 50 to 60 bombings a day. Tehran is about 450 miles from where I'm standing here in Armenia. Guys, back to you.
Steve, is Armenia receptive to receiving these Iranian people?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Is Armenia receptive to receiving these Iranian people?
Definitely. Right now, it's just a trickle, but keep in mind, this could turn into a flood. It's one of the only open working borders. Armenia is one of those rare countries that has good relations with all the people around it, with Iran, with Russia, with the West. So it's an open border, and it could get very busy here down the line.
Steve Harrigan live for us. Steve, thank you. With that, let's bring in national security and military analyst Dr. Rebecca Grant. Dr. Grant, seems like now would be a great time for the Democrats to no longer stop the prevention of funding for DHS. But moving on from that,
I mean, you know what? You got a point there, buddy. I'll be real with you. Now, like, yo, damn, y'all might have to concede on this whole, oh, well, we're going to go ahead and hurt all of DHS because we can't F with ICE, which was really dumb, by the way, Dems. I mean, come on now. How childish is it because you can't F with ICE funding that you got to go mess with all of the Department of Homeland Security, which I ain't gonna lie, we need right now. So y'all might have to go ahead and drop the BS. And I know y'all against the Iran war, but yes, public safety still matters. You should be putting the American people because of the F Trump agenda. And I know I'm against the war too, but be honest, we do still need Homeland Security. So go ahead and refund that, please.
Obviously, we struck Iran before they struck us. When it comes to these sleeper cells, how hard would it be to do the exact same thing? Prevent these sleeper cells in our country, in other allied nations, from striking before they got to us first?
The sleeper cells, or as the intel community calls it, covert lethal activities. And FBI, DOJ, intel community, DHS, they are all over it. And they actually have prevented some attacks in the past. You know, what Iran likes to do, and this is all IRGC, they hire criminals here to carry out assassination plots. And they've been caught in
Nah, yeah, that's not a sleeper cell. That's a terrorist cell. See, like, they confusing what a sleeper cell is. Like I said, a sleeper cell, and look us up, because Russia, they have the best sleeper cells. And why? Because they follow the code on it. They take a kid that's like from 2-3 years old with their parents' consent and take them out and make them live an American lifestyle, cut out a part of Russia, American entertainment, well, not really American teachers, but the teachers speak English. They're watching American shows. They have all the vocabulary, history, all this stuff. They get taught in Russia to be, and they're completely Americanized. They got the accent and everything. And then they send them to, or they, you know, they get them a fake social security of somebody who died around that time, I guess, of, you know, somebody who died around the time that they're sending them there. So if they make sense, ID, passport, all this good stuff. And now they're an American citizen. Like, bro, like, that's how complicated a sleeper cell is. What they're talking about is terrorist cells, where they hire criminals and they get them into here to commit these violent acts, Sleeper cells, bro, I mean, that would be something that we couldn't even see. We couldn't even foresee it, because it'll be somebody that you known for years who's an Iranian. You damn near think this guy's against the Ayatollah. Literally, you know, he's ready to take a command from the Ayatollah.
Trying to get Secretary Pompeo, former National Security Advisor Bolton, and of course, trying to go after President Trump himself. That's one of their key activities.
And shout out to my man Noah Joyner. He says, we have the capability to turn plastics into oil. If we gather all plastic trash in the U.S., that cleans our country and builds our reserves for oil. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You might have to run for governor of a state or something. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I mean, I'll be all for it. Shoot. And definitely help out the environment a little bit too.
And we need that whole of government approach. But I'm telling you, we are all over that threat. Impressive that we intercepted that encrypted communication too.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, this report, though, is very concerning. Encrypted communication that is said to have activated sleeper cells around the world. How concerned should we be about this?
We definitely need to be vigilant. You know, it's a multi-pronged threat. It's towards our diplomats abroad.
And this is the reason why they're using sleeper cells, because honestly, they're going to create a type of fear on almost any Iranian. Any Iranian, any Muslim, any person, any Arab is now going to have that watchful eye on them, even if they're just completely innocent, because they're like, oh, there's going to be these secret trigger from Iran. We don't know who to trust no more. Yeah, now there's so many distrust amongst the American people, amongst the Iranian community, and now we won't know who's who. Shoot, we might have people overreacting on Iranian citizens that might just be regular ones, or they might F around and actually catch a real sleeper for all we know, or bust down or catch a real terrorist cell. So saying this is, I'm be real with you, it's good to let us know, but it's also going to sow distrust amongst the American people, especially in the Muslim and Arab communities.
In some cases, of course, as we know, towards U.S. bases and facilities around the world, and then some focus here as well. But we've had elements of Hamas, Hezbollah, et cetera, operating in the U.S. over a long period of time. I think their threat profile is really well known. IRGC always has to transfer in money to fund these operations and pay off criminals. That's another good way that we follow them. But no question, we need to be on a heightened alert and heightened vigilance as Iran lashes out, because they can't stop our military forces and epic fury. This is sort of a last gasp of the IRGC.
Meantime, President Trump indicating he likes the model for leadership used currently in Venezuela for Iran. Watch.
I like the idea of internal, because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah, they talk about other people, but hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela.
Okay, Dr. Grant, so that's what the president wants, but would the Venezuelan model even be possible in Iran? Because when you look at Venezuela, we have a leader there, Delcy Rodriguez. Things seem like they're kind of working out okay between the United States and Delcy Rodriguez. I don't think the same can be said for Iran's new leader.
To me, the key word is inside. President Trump is messaging to the IRGC, which is a business concern. They run a lot of the oil business. They run shadow fleet tankers. By bringing up Venezuela, he says, get with the program, and maybe we can find stability. And you, IRGC, if you change your stripes, then maybe you can keep your oil running, keep your business running. I think it's very deliberate messaging. A good outcome would be similar to Venezuela, where there is stability, maybe also similar to Syria, where someone who was once a terrorist is now an effective leader. It's a tough problem.
Yeah, which is wild. Like I said, we did put Al Qaeda in power in Syria. I mean, yeah, we definitely did that. But they're the #1 sponsors of terrorism. I mean, it is like a running joke when we call them that. Oh, they're the #1 sponsor of terrorists. Bro, we're funding terrorist groups right now. Actually, we just put a whole terrorist group in power of a country. Shoot, Iran ain't even do that.
In Iran, but that is very deliberate messaging, holding out that prospect of sanctions relief as well.
Yeah, and that Syrian leader even visiting the White House. Imagine if that ends up happening with Iran in the years to come. We will be watching, of course. Dr. Grant, thank you so much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into a little bit of foreign media here. All right.
Missiles continue. Iranian drones and missiles continue to target countries across the Gulf region. In Bahrain, one woman was killed in an attack targeting a residential building in the capital, Manama. The Ministry of Interior says 8 others were injured. We're going to go to Axel Zaimovich, who is standing by for us here in Doha. Can you just talk us through exactly what has occurred overnight, because there have been more Iranian strikes on several Gulf states, not just Bahrain.
Yeah, we're getting actually a clearer picture of the scale of these attacks across the region in the past 24 hours. In Kuwait, for example, we're hearing that the National Guard has intercepted 6 drones heading towards the country. And we're also hearing from the United Arab Emirates that their defense systems are dealing with a large number of missiles and drones coming from the Islamic Republic of Iran. In Qatar, for example, in the past 24 hours, we're hearing that 17 ballistic missiles and 7 drones were intercepted and destroyed.
What in the hell am I?
Also, you mentioned that report coming from Bahrain that a 29-year-old woman was killed when a projectile hit a residential building. But also what we are seeing that these attacks are particularly focused on energy infrastructure. For example, in Bahrain, we're seeing that Babco oil refinery was hit by a drone. And the company operating that field said...
All right, guys, now we do got a bit of breaking news here. Iran just issued its unconditional terms for surrender. The U.S. and Israel will be required to accept for Iran to stop its retaliatory strikes. Hey, yo, all right, they talking reckless. But all right, let's read them out. Hand Netanyahu to the International Criminal Courts. I mean, I'm okay with that. I like that. Withdraw to October 7th borders. Oh, well, I mean, Lord knows they ain't trying to do that. Cancel Trump's Gaza plan. Lift all sanctions. Return all frozen funds. Lord knows they ain't trying to do that. Recognize Iran's nuclear rights. Oh, boy. All right, so this is where it's just going to keep on going at that point. Oh, that's all I needed to hear. Leave Lebanon and Syria and Yemen. He's pretty much talking to Israel. They're talking to Israel on that one because they're all over that. Evacuate all U.S. bases from Arab soil. Oh, hell no. Nah. Like, bro, what? I mean, all right, they just talking at a certain point. I mean, really? Trump must publicly apologize to Khomeini. Bro, what? Bruh. Like, really, guys? You think Trump is going to apologize to Khomeini? Oh, hell no. I mean, bro. All right. And then here's the last one. Compensate Iran for every sanction ever imposed. You what? Bro, wait, huh? Damn! I'll be real with you. They lucky if they get like they lucky if they get 2 bullet points off this. They'd be lucky. They'd be lucky if they get one of their demands. But if that's their case, if this is what they're saying, and we won't get out of this, or we won't get out, we won't get them to leave this war otherwise, then yeah, I guess we're in it for the long run. If that's their, stance that, well, look, we won't accept unconditional surrender unless you accept these terms, then we're in it for the long run, guys. Let's be honest. We're in it for the long run. Oh, crap. Sorry, guys. Wait, what happened here? There we go. There we go.
That means that it cannot meet some of these contractual supply obligations because of these disruptions. In Saudi Arabia, we also see that a large number of drones targeting the Shaiba oil field. That facility, for example, produces 1 million barrels of oil every single day. And now they have come under relentless attacks in the past couple of days. And this is something that's really raising a lot of questions about the security of energy coming from the Gulf. We heard from the Qatari Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it here. S.E.T IRGC says Iran, not U.S., will determine the end of the war. All right, let's see what they're talking about. Because,
Let's take a closer look at the comments issued by Iran's Revolutionary Guard to President Trump's comments on the war ending soon. The statement says our hands are open to expanding the war. Security will be for all and insecurity for all. We are the ones who will determine the end of the war. The statement goes on to say the regional equations and the future situation of the region are now in the hands of the Islamic Republic's armed forces, and that the American forces will not be the ones to end the war. For more on this, let's bring in Tawhid Asadi.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you want to double the worth of your support, you can go ahead and hit the Venmo. So whatever you sent to Venmo gets doubled towards the goal. Appreciate the support, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, and to send in any support through a super chat, or you can go ahead and send in a gift. Either way. But all right, guys, let's get back into it.
Determine the end of the war. The statement goes on to say the regional equations and the future situation of the region are now in the hands of the Islamic Republic's armed forces, and that the American forces will not be the ones to end the war. For more on this, let's bring in Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. So Iran remaining very defiant there, Tawhid.
Yes, indeed. According to the statement that we heard, not just from the IRGC, but also when it comes to diplomatic sources and the Iranian foreign minister himself in particular, we hear this very strong message that the question of how war is going to be ended, when it's going to be ended, and how long it's going to be taking is something that Tehran says the question remains for it to answer, not for the Americans or the Israelis. And this is actually a strong message of defiance that we heard. Also, the Iranian armed forces are constantly saying that they are ready for a war of attrition, for a long-time confrontation, and there is this readiness militarily speaking in that regard. Also, we see as the reality on the ground that retaliatory strikes by IRGC, one wave after another, is continued, and they are coming every time with the strong messages, that the latest of which they said that they are using +1 ton warheads in the recent and next waves of their retaliatory strikes, which is quite indicative of the very fact that the situation looks far from any point of de-escalation. And also, related to that conversation, we had the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, in his press conference yesterday to say that, quote unquote, as long as military aggression continues, talking about anything other than crushing answer is not relevant. Iranians right now, we hear from different officials in Tehran, including the Supreme National Security Council, including the foreign minister, a spokesperson for the foreign ministry, the Iranian president. They're all saying that right now, as long as the aggressions, the attacks continue, talking about any negotiation or ceasefire is not going to be on the agenda. So they have sort of conditioned any potential de-escalation to halting of these strikes, which we have been witnessing up until the moment.
All right, Tawhid, let's find out the reaction, the Israeli reaction with Nida Ibrahim, who's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Israel and the US are, of course, engaged in this conflict together. They launched it together against Iran. How are Israeli officials viewing President Trump's comments that the war might be winding down?
Wishful thinking?
Well, we're not expecting them to make these official statements in public, but we expect a lot of lobbying to be carried out behind the scenes. Let's not forget that today we were supposed to see the U.S. Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, as well as Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, come into Israel, but that visit has been canceled. And many are saying that this cancellation could reflect a tension in the how is the war going to unfold between the U.S. and Israel? Let's not forget that since the beginning of the war, the goals did not fully align between what the U.S. wanted from this war and what Israel wanted. And Israel kept reiterating that they want to keep operating until they eliminate the Iranian, what they call existential threat, as well as pounding the regime's facilities, military facilities, nuclear facilities, as well as oil facilities, which is also another reason why the U.S. administration has been showing concerns, according to media reports, because they believe that when Israel hits these oil facilities, that could trigger ordinary and usual any Iranian who's affected by this could lobby behind their lobby around and support their government, which is something that it's not necessarily what the U.S. and Israel want. The U.S., while
I mean, I'll be real with you. Don't you think you're going to turn the Iranian people against you when you destroy their water desalination center? Their water desalination center? Like, really think about that. You destroyed where they get their clean water from, and they're supposed to think that we're on their side? We're doing this for the Iranian people, but we're blowing up their clean water supply. Make that make sense.
President Trump has mentioned the regime change at the beginning of the war, but it was absent from from the latest messages from the.
And shout out Tove. Oh, guys, and appreciate all the supporters, man. Those who send in super chats, gifts, and all. Appreciate you guys. They'd be lucky to keep 2 bullets after that. I'm weak. No, literally. I mean, when I'm looking at these demands, I'm like, hey, yo. I'm like, bro, this is a bit delusional. This is a bit delusional. I got to call around. I'm like, Iran, y'all tripping. Ayatollah, you're tripping. If you think we're going to give you guys that, like, there's some things, like sending Bibi Netanyahu off the International Criminal Court. Sure, I'm cool with that. But the rest of it, yeah, I don't know about that, buddy. I don't know about that. Recognize Iran's nuclear rights? Well, I don't want y'all having a nuclear weapon, but we can get y'all under another JCPOA deal. I mean, sure. Lift all sanctions and return frozen funds. I mean, no, I can get down with that. But evacuate all U.S. bases from Arab soil. I mean, all right, now y'all reaching. That is extreme reach.
Trump. So this seems to be an issue that is that both parties differ on, and it will be seen how the Israelis are going to try and convince Trump to continue with this war, which is something that Israel has said it wants to do.
Yeah, and the Iranians also continuing with their attacks on Israel, Nida, across several areas of Israel. Tell us about what's been happening and what impact this is having on people's lives.
Well, yesterday we saw 2 Israelis being killed in these Iranian missiles that were sent into Israel. One of them has exploded, according to Israeli authorities, in 6 different locations. We are talking about cluster munitions, warheads that when they are intercepted, they explode and the remnants of them splinter all across the area they're in. And that's why we've seen 2 Israelis killed and many others being taken to hospitals. According to the Israeli Ministry of Health, around 199 people have been hospitalized just in the past 24 hours, and 4 of those have critical or serious injuries. In general, there is this worry that not all missiles are being intercepted, but also drones that are coming from Hezbollah's way into Israel, with certain times the Israelis announcing the failure of the alarm systems to detect these drones or to stop them from infiltrating further into communities in northern Israel. For the Israeli army, it says that it had been undermining the powers of Hezbollah, that these anti-tank missiles that they have, as well as these drones, have been more powerful than they had anticipated. But this could be seen also as part of the Israeli attempts to push deeper into southern Lebanon. We've seen that indeed with the Israeli army's continued threats to all Lebanese living in southern Litani River to evacuate their homes and go to up north.
Thank you, Nida, for that. Nida Ibrahim.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over here because let's see here. I actually do want to see what they say about this. All right, let's go over to CNN and let's see what they say. Incompetent panel debates Trump's admin's response to the Iranian school bombing. Yeah.
So the U.S. was likely behind the strike on that school in Iran. Iranian media says that it killed at least 168 children and 14 teachers. This video shows what experts say is a U.S. Tomahawk missile striking an Iranian Navy base right next to that school. The same day, the school was struck. This weekend, President Trump insisted it was Iran who attacked the school. And today, he appeared to somewhat back off that claim, but he still suggested that it could have been Iran.
I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries. You know that. Whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now.
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
But experts tell CNN the Tomahawk missiles are not generic. And while other countries like the United Kingdom and Australia do possess them, Iran does not. But Pete Hegseth is striking also a very different tone from the president on this story. Listen.
Wow. Basically, if it is and if it ain't, I'm just going to say it's still being investigated to skirt responsibility. Basically, is what he's hitting us with. Bruv.
It is a question whether they would tell us because the president acknowledged in his comments today that he didn't know.
No, I get it for like publicity reasons, you know, for public opinion and all that good stuff. I get it, but you're not being transparent with us. He pretty much just kind of said it. He's like, I'm basically going to say still under investigation, even if it's been proven. And think about it. It's still the fog of war, and we still don't have a definitive answer. All we have is U.S. military intelligence and other sources saying it's most likely the U.S.
What happened.
Most
I have
likely.
questions about why that is at this stage. But also, then he spins this whole false narrative about it could have been anyone, including the Iranians, because everybody has tomahawks, when that's very much not true. I mean, if you're anyone listening to that, how can you believe that they are interested in getting to the truthful answer here?
Well, I will not agree with Pete Hegseth that often, but I think he did give the right response in that interview that this is under investigation. It does have to be looked at. And because when something goes under investigation, especially by the Department of Defense, you have to let the investigation play out, even if there is definitive video. And I think that is important that he acknowledged that. I will say that when I was at the Department of Defense under Secretary Austin, we had a center of excellence that mitigated civilian harm. That was an office that was basically been completely gutted by Secretary Hegseth by I think like 90%.
Why is Trump misleading about it?
Well,
Because he is
that is
misleading about it.
But but I hear you. Lloyd Austin was former Commander General of CENTCOM, 4-star General.
Yep.
Pete Hegseth, Fox News host.
Yes, very different resumes.
Very different resumes.
Decorated military.
Very different.
Yeah, come
resumes.
on now. But say that's a bit disrespectful. Like, come on now. Decorated military veteran as well. And yes, Fox News host. Like, yeah, we know. But don't take away his military service. Come on now.
Decorated.
There is no one.
Can you not acknowledge that the man served?
The man served. Yes, the man served. He
Highly decorated.
Not in combat. Not in combat.
Hegseth?
He
wasn't in
Hegseth.
combat.
Iraq and Afghanistan.
I mean, the man served our country.
And he, I think, had a Bronze Star for. his
But
service.
my
So,
point
yeah.
that I want to get back to is that there.
That was literally trying. I'm sorry, but Scott Jennings' face says it all. I'm sorry that his face does says it all. Like really, guys, really. So you trying to sit there and water down my man's military service? Like, I may not agree with what Pete Hegseth is doing, but respect. He did serve our military in combat, by the way. They try to sit there and say, was he even in combat? Really? Come on now.
Is a level of competence that the American public is thirsting for that they are not getting from Pete Hegseth. And we're seeing that. When he is up there.
And transparency.
Transparency. That's all we want. We're talking about 160 children that were killed. All we want is an honest answer that comes from you and the President of the United States. This isn't politics. This isn't Lindsey Graham versus Cory Booker. This is just tell us what we're doing. We have 7 soldiers who've died. We have 160 children who've died. We understand that this is the fog of war. However, we want a level of competence from Pete Hegseth that we're not getting.
I do think that we are
What
going
is
to
incompetent
know.
about this military operation, in your opinion, in your expert opinion?
I don't. First of all, I never served. And let me just let me
You're
start
quick to
by
say
saying
this
that.
is incompetent. I
No,
want to know
no,
what's
no,
incompetent.
No. I think Pete Hegseth is incompetent.
Why?
I think
What's happening?
Because he has an inability to tell the truth.
What did he say? What did he say that was false?
Whoa. Now, like I said, he wasn't really being forward, but he didn't lie. And you can't say he has an inability to tell the truth because let's be real, it is true. This is still under investigation. So yeah, that's true. It's still under investigation. I know I don't like the answer, bro. You don't like the answer, but I mean, that's a truthful answer right there.
Because we know what happened.
No, we don't. They're investigating.
Well, I mean, look, there is.
Wait a minute,
I think,
whoa.
hold on.
No. I want all of you all to go out on a limb right now and tell me that the United States, even during the fog of war, did not kill those kids. Tell me they didn't.
I don't know. They're investigating.
It's under investigation. It's most likely, but it's still under investigation, bro. You just can't sit here and say, oh, yeah, we definitely did it. Bro, it's still under investigation, and it's looking like a most likely we did it. Can you wait for confirmation? Like, damn.
Well, let me just say this.
Results.
I do think
that
it is fine and important for there to be an investigation. I actually think Major Garrett's last question might have been the most important, which is if the investigation does find that we are responsible,
Would you ever know?
Would you tell
So
us?
I think-
Because I think that's what, to me, when I think about the United States military and how we act on the world stage, that is one of the main things that makes us different.
Right. And I think that right now we have to assume, and I'm going to assume, that the US military, because the level of these investigations are handled, is like nowhere near any political thing. My thing, I believe that the US military will conduct a very fair and thorough investigation, and they will come up with the answer. I looked at the imagery myself. I think the answer is going to be that we did it, but I don't know because I'm just looking at imagery, right? If the military investigators come out with that as the answer, if they do not tell the truth at that moment, if they suppress that, we know we are in a completely different
I don't think
ballgame.
anybody has. I don't think
And-
anybody has faith that Pete Hegseth will stand in front of a camera and say that we did this. It was
But mistakes happen in war.
Call for the same transparency when Lloyd Austin.
Here's
was
the problem. Both sides are jumping to conclusions. I mean, look, on the MAGA side or on the right, we got guys trying to sit here and say, oh, it wasn't America. It was actually Iran, even though that's been debunked. And then we got like people on the left that's going like, oh, no, it's the Americans. It has to be us when this has not been, verified yet. It's now, like I said, military intelligence and other sources are saying it's most likely us, but it has not been confirmed. So, man, Jesus, guys, have some patience.
AWOL. He had his medical issues.
He wasn't AWOL. He had a medical
And there was
issue.
an investigation into that
and
that
there
we
was an
released.
investigation. She was there.
I was there. I was
saying she was there.
I was there. We released not only that investigation, we released about the withdrawal, we released about Afghanistan and Iraq. No,
but
we
he's saying Lloyd
released
Austin
every
was fully
single
transparent.
investigation,
He wasn't.
and he took full
Did you agree?
accountability and
I said Lloyd
responsibility
Austin
for
was
that.
I think the most important thing Hegseth said, and all Americans need to know and understand this, the difference between us and the enemy, we do not target civilians. When it happens, and it will happen in war, it is tragic and it is not meant to be. The enemy targets civilians. They hide behind civilians. They fund people who set up bases in hospitals so that civilians are in the way. That's not what we do. An investigation needs to occur. All the truth needs to be told. And we will give transparency to the Americans.
I mean, look, bro, no, that's not what we would like to do. But let's be real. Through our conflicts in the Middle East, we've always gotten civilians involved. I mean, shoot, even when we was in Afghanistan and we descended on certain like villages, like we thought they were the enemies, but he just happened to be innocent villagers, and we ended up killing them. Those were innocent civilians, by the way. And then actually, we recruited some of their own people to help us kill them. So yeah, let's not try to sit here and like wash away that.
People, but there's two parts of this war: our part and the enemy. The enemy targets civilians. Look what they're doing all over the region.
But the
firing
story
missiles
doesn't
intermittently.
end there, Scott. The story is not just we don't target civilians. It is also that when mistakes happen on the battlefield, we take accountability for them.
Correct.
That's the
We'll be
important.
real with you. Like mistakes happen on the battlefield. That's true. We don't take accountability for them for years. For years.
That's the important part.
Nobody
So,
has faith. Nobody
look,
has faith that this
I-
administration.
presuming a lot.
Well, no. I mean,
investigation is not
Well,
over.
listen.
Yes.
I started by asking the basic question: why is the president of the United States misleading about some basic information about who has Tomahawk missiles and who doesn't? Answer that.
Abby, I think the investigation is still going on. I don't know why he said people have other
So,
countries
and then
have
why
Tomahawks,
did, why
but
is
look,
he saying,
they
as
have
if it
not
is
completed
fact,
investigation, so why
when
are you
the
assuming they're not going to
investigation?
be honest with the American people?
Okay, so why is he stating, as if it is fact, when the investigation hasn't been completed, that Iran was responsible?
Look, what we do know.
That's why I'm asking these questions,
Yeah, yeah.
because the
And
president
to
is
Scott's
making
point,
false
what we
statements
do
about
know-
something that is
Yeah,
awful.
and it's tragic. It's tragic. Period. It's an absolute tragedy.
Yes.
We also know that Iran funded people who raped and killed young girls in Israel.
Trust me, I understand
We-
that
facts.
fully. And there is
That's true.
no equivalency between Iran's malignance on the world stage and this. And in fact, it is the opposite of an equivalency. It's actually an insistence on the United States upholding its own standards.
Just have a higher
That is,
standard.
that's what it
the
is.
point. We
And
just have
listen,
a-
don't,
we just have
don't,
a- we
and,
just-
and listen,
we have to, but we cannot, I say this all the time, when you roll around with pigs, you both get dirty, but the pigs likes it, right? But we cannot drag ourselves down to that level of depravity. And all I want,
We're not.
I believe that the American public, when you have soldiers who go to battle, who die, deserve truth and honesty and accountability. And that's all I want. And I'm just saying that from my perspective, one that's naive, country boy from South Carolina, right? I don't believe Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump to be honest, because they can't tell you the truth
Can I
Oh,
about
just
simple
jump in
things.
on what Bakari is saying? Because I do,
Hold on
I
now.
take your point on the honesty and transparency
I
into it.
mean, let's be real. They ain't lying. Well, I ain't gonna lie. Just like I said, nobody knows. All we got is the, like I said, military intelligence saying most likely. So I kind of get where, you know, the liberals kind of jump off the cliff and say, oh, it's the U.S., it's the U.S. because it's pointing towards us. All of it basically points to us, but it has not been confirmed yet. Now, what are we just willing to wait for confirmation that the military may never give us? Shoot, that's kind of looking like it.
Abby saying it's like, why did the
Like
president
the
lie
case.
about this? It's so blatant. Like if Iran had Raytheon technology, that would be a huge problem. I do think that we have to acknowledge here, Raytheon makes the Tomahawks.
Yeah.
So I think we have to acknowledge here that Congress has a role to
course.
play, and Congress, to the questions about the Secretary's health, the questions about the Afghanistan withdrawal, they also have an oversight committee that can conduct an investigation and can demand records from the department that we also supplied during that time. So I think Congress has a
Look,
voice.
you know, Laura Ingraham, I think, has been sending a few messages about this directly to the administration, not only saying that there needs to be accountability, it has to be addressed publicly, but also saying that it needs to be the investigation needs to be wrapped up quickly and addressed head on. I think speed is actually important here, because if you wait for the news outlets to do their sort of layman's investigation, you can at least say I know there's going to be a full picture of this in great detail.
I think she's
but,
right.
But
I think
but
that's
the
right.
administration could say more than they're saying now, and they could tell the president to stop misleading. That's the other
And
thing
I
that they
think
could
that
do.
part of that is that, you know, the president is not on message because someone didn't tell him what the message was. I mean, I don't really, you know, I'm guessing that he's not like willfully blaming Iran when he knows. I just feel like this whole thing is a lot of not really telling each other what they're.
All right, though, let's get into this Pierce Morgan debate here, Pierce Morgan panel. And let's get right into it, guys. This should be an interesting one. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. And if you help me hit the goal, we can go ahead and I'll send out the StreamYard link and we can get some of you guys up here to give y'all thoughts and opinions. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. This should be a fun one.
I think this is one of the most successful military operations that we've seen from the United States.
Will has his White House talking points down almost 100%. I'm not sure there was an original thought there.
We're a week in and people are already losing their composure over this.
The #1 trending hashtag on social media the last 9 days has been #SendBarron. So if that tells you anything about where the American public is at, they don't have an appetite for sending ground troops to the Middle East.
If you want to say 90% MAGA supports this, then you have to account for at least 40% of the people that were once MAGA are not MAGA anymore. Otherwise, it makes no sense.
President Obama once said that he could see his poll numbers rise and fall with the price of gas. That doesn't bode well for the current President Trump. Prices surged this morning after missiles pounded Iranian refineries, causing oil to rain from the sky. Iran says it will respond by attacking oil facilities across the Gulf. Economic chaos is inevitable. That's why Senator Lindsey Graham.
Well, shout out to my man, Brain Dead Diver, or Brain Dead River, however, but shout out to Brain Dead. He says, I demand we return the Biden administration's moral standard of censorship. Well, damn, the people are not able to handle this lack of censorship. Well, bro, I mean, bro. Well, damn, I never thought I'd hear somebody say that. He's like, no, bring back the censorship, bring back their moral standard of, and to call it a moral standard is also hilarious, by the way. I'm not sure if you're serious or not, but that was funny.
The unofficial spokesman for war, debuted a new justification this weekend: change the regime, control the oil.
Oil prices up 27% in a week. You've got the president wanting a $1.5 trillion defense budget in 27. The idea that the Pentagon is about to come to you for $50 billion on these strikes to Iran. How are you going to answer?
Please.
Best money ever spent. Was it worth to America to take down a religious Nazi regime who's trying to build a nuclear weapon to deliver to America? That's a really good investment. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money.
tell you, well, I mean, shoot, I don't know about the ton of money, but we definitely will have a new Middle East. He's right about that.
Well, making the case for war needs to happen at its outset for all the reasons I explained last week. You can't plausibly declare victory without first defining what victory is, and you have to bring the public with you as they shoulder the enormous cost of war in lives and in dollars. There is belatedly a clear message on these spiking prices, but we're hearing it after the fact.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
And I'm sorry, but all right-wing media has been saying this. Short-term pain for long-term gain. So this is what y'all telling us. Please enjoy the short-term pain for long-term gain. I mean, bro, we was going through a long-term affordability crisis, and now you're saying, oh, no, just don't worry. Let's extend it a little further. But don't worry, it's going to be short-term this time. Bro, we still in it.
Short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers. We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short term.
Short-term.
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 You know what? Two things that's been taken out of the Democratic playbook. Repeating a phrase and calling a group of people Nazis. Who'd have knew?
Term and long-term.
Short-term blip.
Hopefully this is a short-term pain.
And when it comes to short term, well, the Iranians might have a different view. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Mojtaba Khamenei is the new Ayatollah, replacing his assassinated father. Far from being a US or an Israeli pick, he's a radical hardliner. He has a singular mission of saving the Iranian regime, and he enters the war in the mood for vengeance, with much of his family obliterated. And just as the pro-regime Iranians don't even need to change their chants, it looks like Iran won't be changing its strategy either. Their mission has always been to sow chaos. It used to be in the shadows through proxies. Now it's in plain sight. Chaos for oil prices as refineries go up in smoke. Chaos for the Gulf as tourism and business are choked off. Chaos for the Iranian people. And from where we sit today, it's very hard to see how this doesn't spell chaos for Donald Trump, the United States, and for the rest of the world. Well, joining me now is Christiane Amanpour, the chief international anchor for CNN and host of the X-Files podcast. Christiane, I can't think of many better people to talk to try and make sense of this chaos. Can you make sense of what is happening right now?
Yes and no. You correctly said that there has been no articulated casus belli, but most importantly, no articulated end game and end strategy by Israel and the United States. On the other hand, Iran did clearly tell all its Gulf neighbors that if it was going to be in what clearly is a battle for regime survival, that it would A, attack Israel, B, attack the US bases in the Gulf states, and C, start attacking their economies as well, given that a lot of the strikes are happening from that region and from those bases. So they say it's not.
Yeah, I mean, as the Iranian foreign minister said, I mean, what was it? It was that guy on NBC News, like, why are you attacking American air bases in Middle Eastern countries? He was like, bro, I mean, they're attacking us. I was like, well, yeah, you got a point. We are. I was like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. We are attacking them from those bases, so it does make sense that they would attack said bases.
Chaos, we have no choice. This is a battle for survival. But I think what you started by saying is clearly what they're doing in the Gulf is turning the Gulfies against them. So that's not good if they want to make friends and influence people, especially influence Trump to try to stop the war by ratcheting up the pain. But I think the most troubling thing, as you pointed out, is that now.
Yeah, like ratcheting up the pain could go both ways. It could go towards these guys no longer seeing working with the U.S. as an asset, but more of as a liability, or it can go the other way and turn these guys against Iran, which, I mean, is looking like it's going to turn these guys against Iran way.
now more than a week into this war, which remember was described as necessary because of an imminent threat for which there was no evidence provided. And most people don't believe there was an imminent threat. So it's a war of choice. No support for it in the United States in terms of polls, 60% plus against it. No case made to the public, no approval from Congress, et cetera, et cetera. And you know what? I'm just looking across at a clipping I had from weeks before. Trump offers few details as strikes on Iran loom. That's even before the war, much less now. So this is a problem because, as you pointed out in some of the clips you had, one of the conditions that Trump has put is unconditional surrender. And as you mentioned, the person who's now become the so-called supreme leader is more of the same. And this is a hardline religious, some might call it fanatic, but a religious, deeply rooted, multiple layers of administrative.
Hey, yo, and shout out Tove. Actually, I did hear about that. Have you covered the primaries yet? And did I see Crockett and Crenshaw lost their seats? Crockett still found a way to blame the Republicans and say, well, she was cheated, or say we cheated. It's like, no, sis, you lost it on your own. You lost it on your own. And Crenshaw, I'm actually happy he lost. I ain't gonna lie. Like, bro is one of the most crooked of the Republicans. And Jasmine Crockett, she's, well, honestly, the most annoying of the Democrats. So I'm actually happy they lost. Now, things are still concerning in Texas right now because more Democrats are registered to vote than Republicans. So we'll see how that turns out. But hopefully Republicans are a bit more motivated to go out there and vote. Now, I don't know. I'm not sure about this whole Iran war. That might actually F it up for us. This was one of the things I was talking about because right when this war started, yeah, that's when voter registration also came out in Texas. And it was reported that only 1 million Republicans signed up to vote, but we had 1.5 million Democrats, like in Texas. And CNN and NBC News and MSN Now was having a freaking field day. Like they was literally partying, like, bro, having a great ass time. Like, yay. We might actually get Texas.
47 years of building this regime that ain't going to cry uncle. It might be beaten, but it doesn't look. And who would it surrender to, by the way? There are no Americans on the ground. Who does it surrender to? So the military might be doing a certain thing, but the politics of how you get out of it, I'm talking from the US side now, is still incredibly unclear, Piers.
Yeah, and this son of the Ayatollah, the new, as you put it, so-called supreme leader, who now will have a massive target on his back, presumably. But he is somebody who's coming in who's reputed to be at least, if not more, hardline than his father.
I guarantee he will be. I mean, look, bro, you know what? We probably wouldn't have this opinion if we didn't just bomb this guy's dad, mother, and wife. Like, let's remember who we're dealing with. Yes, we're dealing with the guy, the new leader of Iran is a guy who the U.S. military just got done bombing his dad, wife, and mother. I just want to let y'all know that. So, of course, he's going to be more of a hardliner than Khomeini is, or was.
But also, he's just lost his father, his mother, his wife, and several children, I think, in this war so far. Which,
oh yeah, they did say a couple grandchildren died as well. So,
is enough. I remember interviewing Netanyahu a few years ago for CNN, actually. And I went to his office in Jerusalem, and there he has a picture of his brother, who was the commander in the raid on Entebbe. And in fact, he was the only, as you know, the only person who lost his life that day. And as Netanyahu began to tell the story, he began to cry on camera as he was talking to me. And it really stuck with me because it made me realize how personal it all was for him. And I feel the same way in a different way, but about this new supreme leader.
And here's the problem. We still have this propaganda being ran that 80% of the people is against the Ayatollah. And people don't even know where they get that number from. And I will say it over and over again. It comes from a study where they surveyed 500,000 Iranians. We're supposed to think that just equates to the 93 million. Like, no, I'm sorry, it doesn't. And like I said, just look at their election. And you'll see that 60 plus million people registered to vote in an election pretty much ran and controlled by the Ayatollah. 30 million people actually voted. And guess what? You know what's even crazier? Out of the 93 million people, citizens of Iran, 88 million are Muslim. Not sure if they're Sunni or Shia, but just them being Muslim, I'll be real with you, is a bit of a problem. And then look, you know me, I don't have no hatred for no Muslims. I'm just telling you, we're talking about 88 million Muslims, 60 million people that actually signed up for an election ran by the Ayatollah. I mean, what does that tell you? That doesn't sound like an 80-20 to me. That sounds like, if anything, to be fair, maybe like a 55-45, 55 don't like it, 45 do. And shoot, I could even go say might even be 50-50.
He will be deeply grieving the loss of his closest family members here. And he's already a radical hardliner. The idea that he's going to suddenly, throw the towel in, surrender, do any kind of deal, I think is for the birds.
Well, look, on the face of it, it looks that way. It's really interesting that you bring up the personal aspect from Benjamin Netanyahu. You know that some have suggested that for President Trump, it is also somewhat personal because there was an assassination attempt. They say it was backed by Iran, all of that kind of stuff. And one that didn't get so far as to fire any weapons, that is what I'm talking about. But still, personal. Even, do you remember George H.W. Bush? They say the war against Saddam Hussein was also partly personal. Talking about the Iranian side, though, before this happened, I was in Doha at the annual Doha Forum, and I met with the deputy Iranian foreign minister. And he was waxing on about how they were trying to restrict. This is before the demonstrations that they put down so brutally and so bloodily. This is at the beginning of December. Oh, we're letting women walk around without their veils. We're doing this, we're doing that. We want to make a deal with the United States, et cetera, et cetera.
No, I mean, that is true. I mean, women do walk around without veils in Iran. I mean, they've been doing so since 2009, I believe. No. I think it's a little bit more later than that. But yeah. Women do walk around unveiled in Iran. Surprise, surprise. But a lot of people don't know that because we've been kind of fed, the propaganda about Iran. It's like when we all used to think that Africa was just a bunch of mud huts and all that good stuff. Yeah, like back in those days. But with Iran, we think all women are just burqa'd up and you can't see their eyes or their face. When no, we got women walking around there with their face out in Western clothing, like crazy in Iran.
But he said in June, there was this 12-day war. They killed so many of our leaders. And he said there is now blood between us. So imagine they said that in June, way before Khamenei and the others. Now the leader of their revolution has been killed. Now, from what I gather, Piers, this was because Israel felt, A, it had a target of opportunity, B, it felt that you go in and you get the head first, and that they thought was going to collapse or accelerate the collapse of the rest of the regime. If the head is gone, the country is demoralized. Those who are left are demoralized. The leaders will want to, perhaps try to, call for an end to this or whatever. They hoped and planned for it to be the first big blow in gradually cracking the regime. Well, that hasn't worked. And as you say, by appointing Mojtaba, who was not necessarily in the front running before his father was killed. A, as you said, they have a new supreme leader called Khamenei, and B, one that is pretty hardline. The truth is, we don't know a huge amount about him. He may decide to be pragmatic. It's unclear. But what we do know about him is that he has very close ties to the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and it's right now the IRGC that is in charge. And if anybody wasn't clear about that, what happened over the weekend showed it. You remember the so-called, and we're talking in degrees now, relatively, the moderate president, secular Masoud Pezeshkian, actually came out and apologized to the Gulf allies, to Turkey, to Azerbaijan for stuff that was going their way. Within seconds, Trump decided to go on Truth Social and say, see, they're surrendering. Within further seconds, I'm probably exaggerating and collapsing the time, but minutes, let's say, the IRGC came out and said, no, sorry, I don't know what you're saying, Mr. President Pezeshkian, my president. No, we will still continue to attack as long as they are allowing their countries to attack us. So they sent more missiles. So you can see who so far is being empowered by this war on Iran, because it is a war for their very survival now, unlike others.
Small businesses drive our economy, but securing capital is a constant struggle. Of this 36 million small businesses in the United States,
gotcha.
Vast funding. Yeah, I mean, the two things that really strike me, one is there's been no uprising of any significance by the Iranian people. A lot of that, I suspect, is driven by completely rational fear following what happened to the protesters in January, where up to 30,000 were slaughtered. The IRGC clearly have a grip on the country. It's also clear that I'm sure the American military and the Israeli military are scoring a lot of damage against the Iranian forces and against their military capability. I'm sure that's happening, but
Yes,
there's no
I'm sure
sign
it
of
is.
that fueling any kind of rebellion. But also what is happening at the same time, which I think could be incredibly impactful, is that the strategy of the Iranians to go after the Gulf states, but to do it in a way which is really intimidating tourists and expats who live over there and so on, could completely change the dynamic of those countries. They are run by rulers who have built new business models around sport, entertainment, and tourism. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Dubai and other places. But you're seeing an exodus of people now from these states who have, because the safety that they took for granted has been just blown out of the water. And at the same time, you're seeing obviously the economic pressure of the Strait of Hormuz being pretty much closed. And you put the combined effect with the rocketing oil prices, rocketing gas prices, the huge impact on which it inevitably will have on inflation, not least in America, that I think you're going to get huge pressure from the rulers of the Gulf states to try and bring this thing to an end, because their whole new business model, which has been trying to move away from oil, which they know is eventually going to run out, is literally going up in smoke here.
It really is. So let me take that part first and then go back to the people's movement inside Iran. So, of course, I mean, basically what you're saying is a fact that for decades, the Gulf states, the Persian Gulf states, have been banking on stability and security to allow all these people from all over the world, stability and security. Those are the key words, right? That it's a safe place, it's a permissive place for all those activities that you just laid out. So I've been talking to some people from there, people in important positions, and they there's no love lost between them and Iran. They always have thought Iran is a threat and it needs to be, controlled, but they didn't want this war. And I find this interesting because some people say, oh, they really did want it. They just didn't want to say it publicly. But they're saying that they're surprised by the massive retaliation of Iran. And they kind of knew this was going to happen. Certainly on my program, the Saudi intelligence minister said, well, I'm surprised that Trump was surprised or Israel was surprised or the Gulf states were surprised, because Iranian officials came to each and every one of the governments there in the lead up to the war saying this and this and this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
So Iran's apparently it's
I mean, yeah, that's why foreign diplomats in Saudi Arabia and even in Israel came over and tried to tell the Americans, look, do not bomb Iran, because they literally told us that, look, if we get bombed, we're attacking y'all. And they did this before Israel's planned strike on them. Well, before February 2028. Yeah, they went out and told everybody in the Middle East, including us, that, if you attack us, we're coming for everybody. So this is why a lot of people is kind of surprised that America's acting surprised. It's like, what you mean? They told us. Even the Gulf states said, yeah, they told us. And this is why we try to get the Americans not to do it, but it is what it is. I mean, this is why we also didn't coordinate with them and, kind of got a pre-release of all of our citizens, a pre-evacuation of all of our citizens before we did this, because we knew we were doing it at be real with you, at the discontent of the Gulf states.
Its aim is to create enough pain there for them to weigh in with Trump and to try to stop it. So that's one thing. But the other thing is they also say, look, because I asked them, how are you going to continue having American bases on your territory? Because the very basic contract that these bases would also be used to protect you is not happening. The Americans have sent the Allies have sent all their anti-missile defenses to Israel, but apparently none to the Gulf. So
ain't that crazy though? Like, and bro, you don't think that's going to leave a bad taste in their mouth? Like, that's literally what we did. Now, you understand that the Gulf countries help kind of keep our economy afloat. Like, our top performing stocks, the AIs, are mainly being held up by Middle East funding, Gulf country funding. Like, we get more benefits out of working with these Muslim countries than we do with Israel. We work with Israel low-key, as I'm starting to see now, as a religious thing. But the Gulf countries, we work with them economically. There's a lot of benefits to it. They let us put bases there, and that's good. But for some reason, we're low-key helping the people who don't really help us out as much, who dragged us into this war more. We're helping them more than the guys who've low-key dumped trillions of dollars into our economy and keeping a lot of guys employed and a lot of AI companies afloat.
We can tell. So what's the,
I mean, shoot, did Israel buy over $1 trillion in new jets? No, they did not.
What do you get out of having these bases other than, being sitting targets? And they said to me, look, it's very likely that we're all going to have big conversations after this war about what we do and whether we're going to keep hosting these bases. I don't know what they're going to decide, but I think it's interesting that it's now for the first time a real active thing. The other thing is, a lot of these governments have told me, well, some, that they believed that the talks in wherever they were, the mediated talks with in Geneva through Oman with Witkoff and Kushner and the Iranians were close to producing an actual satisfactory deal on the nuclear. So that was one thing. They really thought that was going to happen. And the Omani foreign minister even went to the US and said that publicly to the administration and to the news organizations. You're right about the people of Iran, because nobody is going to come out under the bombings, right? Because, that's the fear first, that the bombings could really kill them and that their regime will kill them. And right now, the regime is bringing out supporters and they are intimidating those who might be protesters who are not on the streets right now.
Oh,
So
no,
that's
they
not
just released that, bro. Now, Iran just pretty much said that they're going to confiscate property of anybody who was pretty much supporting the U.S.-Israeli strikes. So they're going to take their homes and probably use it for, to house the people who, houses were destroyed by the U.S. and Israeli strikes. That's kind of fair. I mean, you were cheering for this, so at least house the people that you were cheering houses to be destroyed. I mean, go ahead. Let them in. Be a good one. Be a real one. And then also they did happen to, and what was it? It was an Iranian media personnel who threatened a girls' soccer team. A girls' soccer team for not singing the national anthem. So yeah, it's getting pretty tense right there. And it seemed like once again the Ayatollah is doubling down on support for the regime. Like, if you ain't supporting the regime, it kind of looks like you're next up for execution.
Happening. And the other thing is that don't take anybody's word for it, except for the American intelligence group, the DNI, was reported by the Washington Post and the New York Times that in a classified briefing, they told the administration that even a long war would be unlikely to topple the theocracy. Add to that Trump saying that he doesn't mind if he deals with a religious leader and he doesn't really care about democracy for Iran. You have to wonder what's in it for the Iranian people right now, although they desperately want an end to this ruthless regime.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary situation. Just want to end, Christian, with this breaking story today about the Iranian women's football team who've been competing in Australia and have been denied, it's reported, asylum by Australia.
And I went out and I verified this story myself. Yeah, it was an Iranian media personnel who said on TV that, they should be severely punished for not singing the national anthem or something like that. But these girls were immediately scared for their lives. They were scared for the people in Iran, and they were trying to seek asylum in Australia, I believe. In Australia? Yeah, in Australia.
Donald Trump has intervened,
but the game was in South
Australia's
Korea,
making a terrible humanitarian mistake by allowing the Iran national women's soccer team to be forced back to Iran, where they will most likely be killed. Don't do it, Mr. Prime Minister. This is Anthony Albanese. Give asylum. The US will take them if you don't. Thank you for attention to this matter, President Trump.
Oh man, and this is how you get sleeper cells. I mean, who's to say not one of these girls has been raised in a sleeper cell, a little bit more westernized and all that, and they come in here and they do something wild, Trump. Since you've been out here, fear mongering about sleeper cells, now I'm afraid of letting any Iranian in, no matter what their story is. It could all just be a ploy, right? right? My fellow Muslim haters, you can never trust them, right? Right, guys? Let's maintain that consistency. Okay, I'm being a dick. But honestly, though, let's be real. There's going to be a lot more asylum seekers coming out of Iran. And we're going to let them into our countries while, the guys in MAGA who hate Muslims are going to have to sit there and cry because guess what, guys? We're bringing in more Muslims. Oh, and if you think that, because they're against the regime, they're not Muslims, think again.
The point being that the Iranian football team lost its last group match in the Women's Asia Cup on Sunday, and they had earlier not sung the Iranian national anthem. And the belief is that if they go back to Iran, they will face potential death. What do you make of this situation?
They stayed quiet during the national anthem. I was like, yeah, sweetheart, you risking your life right now. But they're out the country. They're safe. But I was also like, yeah, y'all kind of risking y'all life right now during this time. But I mean, I respect the bravery. I ain't gonna lie. I do respect the bravery of those young ladies. They're the football team. So shout out to them.
And should Australia rethink its decision? And what do you think of Trump offering to step in?
Well, this is the first time hearing of it. So I'm just thinking on the fly right now. I do remember what you're talking about because we also reported it, that they were not singing the national anthem. Then the next day they did sing the national anthem. We assumed that they were pressured to do
because they were threatened. They were like, yo, bro, the Iranians came down and was like, yeah, bro, please go ahead and do not sing that national anthem again. Promise you, this will be the last football game you play. I can only imagine the threats that they received. And that's why the next day they did come out and sing that national anthem.
That I would say that given what the regime has done to the dissenters in the street, and then the rounding up of anybody who might have participated in the protests or even helped the wounded protesters, i.e. doctors, they have rounded up tens of thousands of them and they're in jail. So I would say the Iranian women's team have good reason to be very afraid. And I'm just thinking, I mean, I read this, I'm assuming it's true. The Sri Lankan government gave asylum to the surviving sailors who were torpedoed by the United States. You remember a few days ago?
Yes, I do.
An Iranian ship that was not in, it was in international waters. It had come from exercises in India. It was torpedoed. A lot of people were killed.
And they said it was unarmed as well. It was an unarmed ship that we torpedoed, while I guess we were doing like naval drills. And here's the thing, when we torpedo these guys, I mean, that's all cool, but we are supposed to take them in as prisoners of war. No, we can't just let them out there to die, like period, point blank, like damn. And of course, Sri Lanka came out and grabbed them and gave them asylum because apparently, I guess they don't want to be a part of this war either.
Some were rescued by the Sri Lankans, and they apparently have taken those. They've demanded asylum, and they've gotten it. Apparently, these sailors. That's the news. So I would say that Trump is right. His instinct is right that the U.S. should take them, and if and Prime Minister Albanese should grant them asylum because of what might happen to them.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she's liberal, saying let's take in more immigrants. And UK, guess what? UK, get ready to take in a whole bunch of Shia Muslims. Good luck with that one. Yeah, because I don't know why, but we send all the war-torn guys to y'all place. We send them to out throughout Europe and the UK, and I guess we'll just take the political ones
and send them to the United States because Trump has also asked these people to come out and to protest under bombardment, and even when they were in the streets, and he said help is on the way, and it was never on the way. So I think it is basic humanity to make sure.
Now we got to take them all in, all the Iranians. And here's the thing, we're really about to find out how much people really actually support the government, because y'all about to see it's actually a minority, not the majority.
So that these women, and remember, women are under particular targeting in Iran and other places. They need to be secured. Their lives need to be saved. And I think the government of Australia, I don't know the details, but really needs to take a deep, hard, good second look at its decision.
Yeah, I think just to clarify, I think they haven't actually made a final decision yet, but they've been dithering and they haven't said they can. have a side. And I think that's
I mean, one of the complicated parts about it is, I mean, well, they're just little girls. I mean, and their families are still in Iran. So like, who's going to be their guardian? How's that all going to work out for them? Like, there's a lot more. Like, I know y'all want to be the heroes of these little girls, but I mean, bro, they still got parents and family that they're going to worry about. And I mean, who's going to take care of them?
So we'll see how that plays out. Christian, always great to have you on Uncensored. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, join me on a different kind of panel now. 3 people who've all supported President Trump's re-election, but have varying views on the Iran war. Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project, Owen Schroyer, who's the host of the Owen Schroyer Show, and Caroline Sunshine, former Trump spokeswoman and Deputy Communications Director in the 2024 campaign. Well, welcome to all of you. Will Chamberlain, let me start with you. Just looking at this completely objectively, this looks to be brewing up to be not just a hell of a mess, but potentially a presidency defining mess for Donald Trump, and something that could cost the Republicans not just the House in November, but they're increasing rumor mongering in Washington. It could cost them a Senate as well, which is unlikely. But you got to say, if this war turns into a disaster, that could happen. What is your take on where we are with this?
I just have the completely opposite take from you. I think this is one of the most successful military operations that we've seen from the United States. The only possibly more successful one, I would say, would be the Venezuela strike, which, I mean, you can see the political effect of that. We already have diplomatic relations with Venezuela and flights to Caracas. But, I mean, we opened this war by killing 50 of the top leadership of Iran within the first 5 minutes. That's unheard of. I mean, everybody, I feel like, is kind of operating under, you know, we're still all have PTSD from 2003 and the mistakes of Iraq and Afghanistan, and aren't looking objectively at what has happened and the incredible competence demonstrated by the combined forces of the United States the United States Navy and Air Force and the IDF. The combination of the two forces has, I mean, put Iran completely on the map. The missile strikes are down 90%, drone strikes are down 85%, and it's been a week. People are talking about forever wars. I mean, those wars were 20 years. We're a week in, and people are already, I think, losing their composure over this. It's a really remarkably effective operation. A momentary spike in oil prices, I mean, is not going to shape things. I mean, think about how quickly the news cycle moves in the modern era. In a week from now, I don't know that you'll be talking very much about this, Piers, given how fast things move. So I doubt that.
Well, let me respond to that. I mean, I think that, look, again, I'm just sitting here trying to be objective about what I'm seeing with my own eyes. I had very vivid memories of 2003. I was the editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper in the UK. We were the Labour supporting paper, so Tony Blair's supporting newspaper, and we took an anti-war position. And, I remember all the arguments in the run-up to that war. I remember the initial early military spectacular success that was enjoyed by the allies in Iraq. But then I remember the cold, hard reality setting in of what followed that, and no real plan.
Oh, man, hold on. Shout out to my man, Jeremy Ho. Hilarious. He sent a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, because for every 100 joules is $1. So, guys, you can also send a gift as well if you want to be like my man, Jeremy. Appreciate the support, my man.
For what was going to happen with Iraq, the rise of ISIS, the fueling of Al-Qaeda, and so on. Complete mayhem followed because it hadn't been properly thought through. And what concerns me about this is not actually the clear, obvious military successes that have been enjoyed by the American and Israeli military, as you would expect. The American military is the most powerful in the history of the planet. It's not that so much. It's just that I think that with their responses, the Iranians are being quite tactically smart. What they're doing is they're trying to put the fear of God into people living in the Gulf states, many of whom are expats from other countries. They're trying to get them to leave, which many of them are doing. They're trying to destroy the business model of places like Dubai, which is it's a fun, completely safe place to come. And they're doing that by hitting hotels and airports and so on. And at the same time, they're controlling ruthlessly the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil flows. And, that is extremely concerning, not just because of the huge spike in oil prices and gas prices, but also because of the geopolitical element to that, involving China's reliance on it and Russia's involvement and so on. So I much as I'd like to be as optimistic as you are, I look at it and think, they may be being defeated in terms of military firepower, but the regime remains intact. They've replaced one Khamenei with another. The IRGC clearly have a stranglehold over the country. The combination of the bombing, putting the fear of God into Iranian.
You got 1 million soldiers. I mean, 1 million participants, people willing to die for the Ayatollah and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem right there. And probably more people joining up right now due to the strikes.
And so they're staying in, and the IRGC's control means there are no rebellions on the street that we can see. So Trump's idea that this would be an organic rebellion off the back of the bombing raids by the Iranian people is not happening. And I'm looking at it thinking, well, okay, maybe it will be over in a week, but I'm not quite sure how this ends as simply as you think it's going to.
All right. So there's probably about 5 or 6 big arguments that you made there. So I'll try and address each of them in turn. First, let's start with the Straits of Hormuz. I think you're overstating the extent to which the Iranians have control over the Strait of Hormuz. Their entire navy is at the bottom of the ocean, and the Americans are there to guard it. And I think the only really remaining threat is some of the missile threat from the south, which is being aggressively degraded by the United States. You made a really big claim, and I think this is extremely important. You made a claim about how the other Arab countries, because they are being bombed by Iran, that this is a sophisticated strategy that's going to get them to question their continued work with the United States. I think it's the opposite. I think they all realize they no longer want to live under Iranian blackmail. And I think they look at Iran flinging missiles in every direction. I mean, a couple days ago, they flung missiles at Azerbaijan. And that's an important thing to realize because the leader of Azerbaijan, Aliyev, was the one leader in the region to give condolences to the death of Khamenei. And how did they respond? By launching missiles at a school in Azerbaijan. And you saw
just
him
to be clear, Will, on this point, just to be clear, just crystal clear, I'm not saying for a moment the Gulf states won't continue to support America. In fact, the complete opposite. I do believe it's been a massive strategic error, actually, by Iran to go after the Gulf states in the way they have. But I think from a tactical point of view, there's no doubt that in the short term, it has put the fear of God into people. And I think it may question the resolve of the Arab Gulf states, of the leaders, to want this war to be remotely prolonged, because they can see that the longer it goes on, the more damaging it gets to all of their collective interests. So in fact, I think they are falling in behind America in terms of they hate what Iran is doing. We saw that from the Qatari Prime Minister overnight in an interview with Yalda Hakim from Sky News saying that. But that doesn't mean they want this war to continue. So the question then becomes, if there's a lot of pressure on the economics of this war, never mind the loss of life and so on the economics of the war, then how does this actually end?
So I think it actually ends up working the opposite way. I think that what the Saudis and the UAE and Qatar and Bahrain will decide is they don't want to permanently live under the threat of Iranian blackmail. And that's what this would be. If they made an early peace because they were scared about their economics, then Iran would just hold this over their heads indefinitely while they built up a huge ballistic missile capability, while they restarted their nuclear program. And then basically these countries would be at the mercy of Iran. I think so. What that means is that the Arab countries will decide in their own interest that they want this war finished. And that even if somehow the United States steps out of the way, I think they'd end up finishing it on their own right, taking advantage of the weakened Iranian regime right now to try and impose their will on it, even if in a world where the United States retreated from the scene.
Yeah, but I mean, look, to attack Iran, I mean, for sure. But you think that the Arab countries are going to go in there and try to overthrow Iran? Bro, you're tripping. You're tripping. They don't have the capability to. Like, we don't even have the capability to on the ground force side. That's why we're hesitant to do so. Well, actually, we do have the capability, but the thing is, we'll have, I'll be real with you, extensive losses. And that's us. So imagine what these guys would face. And they're levels below us. So I'm sorry, but yeah, to sit there and think that the Arab countries or the Gulf countries are just going to go in on Iran, they might do some strikes, sure. But to actually try to overthrow their government, yeah, that's not going to happen. I mean, bro, I'm not even sure we're trying to do that.
Okay, let's bring in the other two guests. Owen Schroyer, what do you say to Will's argument? Very bullish, thinks that this is ending quickly. and it's going to be a massively big win for the United States and Israel.
Well, I think Will has his White House talking points down almost 100%. I'm not sure there was an original thought there. The one thing he missed was you're not supposed to call this a war, Will.
He read
Remember,
a book in the last
you're
decade.
not supposed to call it that. Here we go.
You
Here we go.
insulted me. We can keep doing this all day.
I'd love to, Will. I also find it funny that he keeps saying Iran blackmail, another talking point that is coming from Western media, as if we didn't just see the Epstein list and all the connections to Israel revealed with that. He says Iran blackmail. As far as the conclusions that we're reaching here, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about these conclusions about the Gulf nation states. You know, when this thing first broke out, they said, oh, it'll be all the NATO countries and the EU countries and the Gulf nation states, everybody lining up against Iran. Well, it hasn't really been that smooth. It seems like a lot of them want to maintain good relations with the U.S., but they're not so sure about what's going on with this war. And, you know, you bring up what happened with Azerbaijan. They come out and say, okay, we're against Iran, and then they get hit with a bomb, and you don't even scratch your head for a second. You don't even think for 1 second that could be a false flag, as if these things don't happen in war.
Wrong.
So I think that there's a lot.
They came out and gave condolences for the death of Khamenei and then got bombed.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this all turns out. I don't think it's going as smoothly as Will likes to represent. Like I said, I'm not sure there's an original thought there. This is the neocon. Will represents the neocon faction of right-wing politics that we thought we defeated in 2016. We thought we defeated again in 2024. This is the opposite of what Trump ran on. And that's the big thing here. We can debate about war and foreign policy. These things aren't going anywhere. The problem is this is a total betrayal of Trump's base. This is exactly against everything he ran on. And the 1984 Orwellian nature of the Board of Peace launching war after war after war and sitting here screaming about how Iran is firing missiles all over the world while Israel is in a war with 7 separate countries at the same time. The irony and the hypocrisy should not be lost on your audience, Piers.
Damn.
Okay, let me bring in Caroline. You were a former Trump spokeswoman. Where does all this sit with Donald Trump's repeated mantra when he campaigned in the 2024 election of America first, no more interference in foreign wars, particularly in the Middle East? And now here America is in the biggest interference imaginable in the Middle East, taking on Iran in this full-blooded, full-throttle way. Where does that sit with how he campaigned?
Yeah, Piers, first and foremost, I love the American military. I love our troops, just like millions of Americans do. And that's why we were so excited when a candidate like Donald Trump came on the scene and talked about no more involvement in the Middle East and no new wars. And I would go on TV and say that on behalf of the president during the 2024 campaign. And I was proud to do it. I was enthusiastic to do it. It wasn't just that President Trump was talking about that, no more involvement in the Middle East. Criticisms of our past involvement in the Middle East were extremely valid. An indictment of the neocon political class establishment and their record in the Middle East. It was the passion with which he talked about it. You can go back to 2016 and you can see the fire in him, the passion that he was talking about it with. Really? It really electrified people and moved them to put him into the White House. And so he said no new wars. And I think people are confused right now in the base as to why it looks like we now are in a new war in the Middle East. You hear this talking point going around that 90% of MAGA supports, this war. But that's not mathematically possible because if you look at the coalition that elected President Trump into the White House, if that was true, right, if 90% of MAGA supported this war, Nikki Haley would be in the White House right now as president. Had a chance in 2016 to elect literally anybody else besides Donald Trump.
I mean, let's be real, though. Like, she got a point. Like, that's what we didn't want to vote Nikki Haley over, because she literally sat in front of all of us and said, we'll go to war for Israel. We'll go to war with Russia. We'll go to war with whoever. I was just like, hey, yo, get this lady off the stage. She cooked it for herself. So, bro, if we wanted Nikki Haley, if we wanted a neocon, trust me, Nikki Haley was right there saying all the neocon talking points to us. And we didn't like it then, but for some reason, we're okay with it now.
We're all on stage in that Republican primary saying we would love war with Iran. They had a chance to do that again in 2024 by picking Nikki Haley as their candidate, but instead they picked Donald Trump. I also think if 90% of MAGA supports this, I don't think your show would be getting the views that it's getting. I don't think Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson's show would be getting the views that it's getting. You know, polling is sort of an outdated way of collecting information. You know, they say Vietnam was the first living room war, but it looks like this is the first war in the social media age. And social media is a way for you to see in real time how the public is perceiving something. We certainly use that on the campaign, I can tell you. Social media is a more accurate representation of public sentiment. You can track it in real time versus polling. So this idea that 90% of the coalition supports that just quite literally isn't possible when you look at the wide swath of people, independents, moderates, Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, young men who all joined President Trump's coalition specifically because they were really excited about the promise of no new wars. And I guess that would be my question to Will, though, is, you know, first and foremost, do you think that this is a war? Because you know, the president has been on the phone with reporters, a lot of them who he calls the fake news, you know, Politico, CNN, Axios, New York Times, on the record in those phone interviews, calling it a war. The Secretary of Defense has called it, Secretary of War, excuse me, has called it a war. But the president hasn't publicly come out and said to the American people that it's a war. So, Will, do you think this is a war? And is it a new war?
Well, it's a very good question, which I will get Will to answer. What I would say, though, is I don't think America has declared war, correct me if I'm wrong here, but since the Second World War, and yet it has repeatedly gone to war. And I do think it's a complete farce. I have to be honest with you. As someone who loves America and loves your Constitution and, you know, loves Americans, the idea that you have not been waging war repeatedly ever since World War II is ridiculous. And the idea that this is not a war when the American mighty military has gone in full throttle against Iran, both at land, at sea, every imaginable way you can think of. It's crazy. Of course it's a war, isn't it, Will? Why do we pretend otherwise?
I mean, I think it's a war. I don't know what the legality of it is and why the president might want to avoid it. You know, he might want to say, to use the language.
Well, he doesn't have to clear it with Congress, does
powers.
Well, the truth is they all do it.
I don't think any American...
They all do it. I mean, well, it's the same reason. It's the same reason Clinton.
I hear you.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
But just to finish my point, good reason not to do that. It's a reason Clinton didn't do it with Kosovo. It's a reason that Obama didn't do it with Libya. If you don't call it a war, you don't need congressional approval.
Huh?
Right.
Which is basically like, like a loophole to start a war. It's like, look, I can get into a war. We just ain't got to call it a war. No matter how much of a war it is and gets dragged out to be, as long as we don't ever say it, it's all good. Which is pretty shady.
But then we don't get to do things like knock out 50 of the Iranian leadership in the first 5 minutes of the war, right? We lose the element of surprise. This isn't, this isn't 17.
Bruv, is this a war or not?
In 60s, where there's no telephone communication across oceans, you know, the sooner England hears about our wars 3 weeks later when a ship shows up, you know, instantly the moment we declared war, the Iranians would know what's up, and that would be the end of our ability to gain the element of surprise. And that saves American lives. If we're going to do a military operation, I think that we want the commander-in-chief to do so in a way that minimizes American casualties to the extent possible. And so I think that it's totally justified for him to do that. I'm sorry, Caroline, I just am not impressed by saying that the polling doesn't say what it says. This is not just one poll that says 90% of MAGA supports it. It's consistently across all the polling that's done. You have 80, 85% plus of Republicans supporting the president. And I think that it's because they understand that the president is not conducting the war in the manner of George W. Bush, that it's not stupid. You have to understand, this is not the... He created the space for negotiation after the 12-day war. You need to remember.
I mean, how much your polls got? Cause my polls got like, 1,400 people who voted, and 67% said no. Show me yours.
Remember, he hit those 3 nuclear sites and then immediately forced a ceasefire, including telling Netanyahu and Israel to turn the planes around when they had been struck after the ceasefire deadline. He wanted a negotiation. He wanted to be reasonable. But the problem is the Iranians, it's like the Black Knight and Monty Python. They refused to accept that they were beaten and refused to make any concessions. You need to just go listen to Steve Witkoff, who Tucker and everybody loved a year ago, explain what his negotiations were like. They opened the negotiation by saying, we have 60% enriched uranium for 11 nuclear bombs. We have an unalienable right to enrich, and we're not going to give you anything on the negotiation table that you didn't get militarily. Like, what is President Trump supposed to do?
But here's the thing. That's why we don't believe Steve Witkoff, or I mean, look, is it we don't believe Steve Witkoff, or we don't believe the Iranian foreign minister, because they came out of that meeting saying two separate things. One's, I mean, bro, the Iranian foreign minister said, bro, everything went good. Like, they literally said they're willing to go to zero enrichment and they're willing to reduce their stockpile, and everybody walked away happy. But all of a sudden, Steve Witkoff go to Trump and the U.S. public talk about, oh, no, they was bragging about their nuclear capability. They said they could do it at will. And I'm just like, yeah, bro, talking about 60% uranium, I'm sorry, but you need to get to 90%. And then just to put that bomb together, we'd easily be able to trace it, and and I'm gonna be real with you, all the steps to try to actually put a real nuclear bomb together. Yeah, we would catch them weeks away from the actual bomb being made, like weeks away. I'm gonna be real with you. We'd catch them like day 3 in, and they still need like 4 weeks left to get a bomb.
And if he
and we have not caught them in that process. We're still concerned about them enriching to 90%. What they ain't even did that yet. So, and let's be real, they could do that behind our backs and get away with it. But to actually build the bomb, they would not be able to do that successfully without us noticing.
Hours in the face of this.
Okay, but I would throw.
This is my question really quick, though.
Hang on. Look, on this very point that Will just raised, and I'd like to bring Owen back in here just to respond to this. But this is what Antony Blinken, the former Secretary of State, said about Israel trying to pressurize Barack Obama to launch military strikes on Iran, and saying they would just attack themselves if Washington refused. Take a listen to this.
Back during the Obama administration, the Israelis were pushing President Obama to take military action against Iran, and were warning that they would do it themselves if he didn't. And he wouldn't, because he thought the better way to get at the nuclear program, which is what we were focused on, in the days after the October 7th attack on Israel, the horrific attack on Israel by Hamas, the Israelis were insisting that in the north, Hezbollah from Lebanon was about to attack. And they wanted to strike preemptively against Hezbollah. And President Biden said, look, we're with you. We'll always be with you in defending Israel. And if you're attacked, we're there. But we're not there if you're going to start something. And we came within about 30 minutes of having a war in the north based on bad information that the Israelis had.
No, I mean, I found that really interesting to be reminded of that, because, has Donald Trump been played here by Benjamin Netanyahu?
Let's go back on that.
Secretary of State said about Israel trying to pressurize Barack Obama to launch military strikes on Iran, and saying they would just attack themselves if Washington refused. Take a listen to this.
I mean, and because of that, they try to call him, oh, you're an Islamist, you're a Muslim lover, because he doesn't want to bomb Iran. Like, okay, doesn't want to get America into a regional war. All right. And thing is, this man still did some questionable military actions. I'll be real with you. Like, of course, we know, but kind of happy he didn't do that.
Back during the Obama administration, the Israelis were pushing President Obama to take military action against Iran, and were warning that they would do it themselves if he didn't. And he wouldn't, because he thought the better way to get at the nuclear program, which is what we were focused on, in the days after the October 7th attack on Israel, the horrific attack on Israel by Hamas, the Israelis were insisting that in the north, Hezbollah from Lebanon was about to attack. And they wanted to strike preemptively against Hezbollah. And President Biden said, look, we're with you. We'll always be with you in defending Israel. And if you're attacked, we're there. But we're not there if you're going to start something. And we came within about 30 minutes.
And damn, that was the difference. That was the difference between, Obama and Biden. Is like, bro, look, we'll defend you. We'll help you defend Israel if somebody attacks you. But we're not going to rush into every conflict that you want to get into. Then they were basically trying to drag us into a conflict with Lebanon because they wanted to destabilize Lebanon so they could take it. Like, what? But they already did take parts of Lebanon. But so, yeah, this kind of goes to show, is like, what are you trying to say? That the president was weaker than Obama? That Obama had more testicle fortitude to say no to the Israelis than Donald Trump? Because that's what it sounds like right now. Because Obama didn't let this happen. Even not even Biden let this happen. This dude was senile. But Trump did. Crazy.
Of having a war in the north based on bad information that the Israelis had.
No, I mean, I found that really interesting to be reminded of that because, you know, has Donald Trump been played here by Benjamin Netanyahu? Has he been sold a pup? Was he told, look, you know, they're going to go after us?
Yeah, it's like I would have to ask Trump that too. Like, bro, your predecessor, like, pretty much was like, look, we're not jumping into a war for Israel, but here you are jumping into a conflict, war, whatever you want to call it, however you want to phrase it, for Israel. Like, remember, and Israel's threatened this before with other presidents, and they said, look, bro, good luck. Go ahead. Like, have fun. But you just decided to be like, oh, no, yeah, we're going to follow up behind you. And then we're going to frame it like it's America first. Crazy.
We're going to have to attack it imminently. You're either in with us or you're not. And they said, okay, well, we better come in. I mean, is that what's happened here?
Well, I think you have two separate things happening. I think we have to recognize the power of the Israeli lobby. I think this is something that the average American is now very aware of, the power of the Israeli lobby. And so now AIPAC is trying to find new ways to fund their candidates that don't go through AIPAC because it has such a negative stench on it now. But then there's Netanyahu. So AIPAC buying our candidates to essentially sell out America's best interest is one thing, but Netanyahu is a completely different issue. He's been lying to the American people and the United States Congress since the 1980s. He's been saying that Iran has days until they have a nuclear weapon. So obviously somebody's being dishonest here. It wouldn't be the first time that Israeli intelligence has lied to us. I could look at some recent times. I think the whole story about Iranian drones off the East Coast, I believe that was false Israeli intelligence. I think that the strike on that school that just happened in Iran, I think that was bad Israeli intelligence that we acted on. So I think Israel has been giving us bad intelligence, whether intentionally or accidentally, for years. And I find it funny that we sit here, and again, it's this blatant hypocrisy and irony, except it's not funny because we say, oh, we're saving American lives. Well, at least 7 American lives have been lost in this war so far that we know of. We also had 3 people shot and killed here at a retaliation attack at a bar in Austin, Texas, where I live. And as far as this number of 90% MAGA supports this, well, you can only believe that if you're counting the fact that the Mark Levins of the world who support this war more than anything, they get ratioed on every single post. And so they're the ones that are supporting this. They're the least popular. Tucker Carlson, whatever you think of his politics.
Yeah, I know. The least popular among MAGA, like the neoconservatives, the pro-Israel guys, have the loudest voices. And apparently, if you don't agree with them, you're not American. You was never MAGA. When these same guys that you guys are like getting behind were the never Trumpers. I mean, crazy.
He's more popular now. And so I just don't see these things adding up in real life. And I think the issue is we've been dealing with this centralized media and even a centralized political narrative that's been able to kind of get away with lying and deceiving the American people. Maybe that's because they were distracted. Maybe that's because social media.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to take it. If just send in a super chat, $2 and up. Other than that, go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
It didn't exist before, maybe a combination of the two, but it just doesn't work anymore. We're not buying these talking points. And again, if you want to have a foreign policy debate, that's fine. The average American is sick of what's happened in the Middle East. And this is what resonated with that person while Trump was campaigning since 2015. We have spent trillions of dollars, at least 5 trillion, trillions of dollars in the Middle East. That's what we've done. And we've gotten nothing for it. We've gotten absolutely nothing but our blood and treasure in that region and nothing to show for it. And so Americans are sick of it. We would much rather spend $1 billion a day as the cost of this war. It's up to $10 billion now. We would much rather see that invested in our own infrastructure, our own people. It takes. That's what this administration was supposed to be about. So if you want to say 90% MAGA supports this, then you have to account for at least 40% of the people that were once MAGA are not MAGA anymore. Otherwise, it makes no sense. And if we continue to let these neocons co-opt the actual America First conservative movements, then we're never going to have any real right-wing or conservative victories for this country.
Okay, I want to give Caroline the last word. We've run out of time, but Caroline, just very quickly, Polymarket, the prediction markets, asked U.S. forces enter Iran by March the 14th, 21%, March the 31st, 44%, and by the end of the year, 68%. So they're seeing money coming in, quite a lot of money, at Polymarket, betting that the longer this goes on, the more of a stalemate it is, the more pressure the Trump administration will come under and the IDF to commit troops on the ground. What do you think, just very quickly, that would do politically for the Republicans with both the midterms and potentially 2028?
There's absolutely zero support within the Republican Party or outside of that electorate for U.S. ground troops in the Middle East. I mean, the number one trending hashtag on social media the last 9 days has been hashtag send Barron. So if that tells you anything about where the American public is at.
I mean, low key though. I thought it was a little effed up that they were doing that, but then again, I was like, you know what? Maybe that'll make people steer a little different. No, shoot, let your kids sign up for it. If there's a draft, send Barron. I guarantee you, Trump will drop the award the next day. He'll come to the negotiation table, get back into the JCPOA. All you gotta do is send Barron.
They don't have an appetite for sending ground troops to the Middle East, especially for objectives that remain.
And bro, people are saying it on both sides, the left and the right.
Unclear, and for a war that doesn't seem to have a clear purpose. You know, the administration has offered many reasons for going to war with Iran, but two of them have been in direct conflict with each other. One has been that Iran was an imminent threat to the United States, and the other has been that Iran has never been weaker, and so that's where we had to strike. Well, you can't be an imminent threat and as weak as you've ever been at the same time. Both those statements.
No, that was funny as hell. That was funny. She said you can't be an imminent threat, but also be at the weakest at your point, the weakest of all time. Like, this is your weakest moment, but it is such this imminent threat. It's like, all right, you're right. She's right. That's double speak.
Can't be true. And you see a lot of people who I think personally have not been loyal to the president in the past, and certainly loyal to his ideology. You see, Mike Pence and John Bolton, who have come on this show championing this conflict. But the question that I think the larger American audience is asking is, are we just going to be repeating the mistakes of the past? And the question that I don't see these voices that are cheering on the war having to answer is, just answer bluntly, how many U.S. troops are you okay losing, and how much are you okay having it cost? And with every objective that you lay out, every goal that you lay out, you should have to answer, how many troops are you okay losing? What units do you want them to come from? And how much are you okay with it costing? Those are basic questions that you should be able to ask if you're waging war and answer.
Yeah, and remember the words of one of America's great modern military leaders, David Petraeus, the general, who said, the first question you ask is, how does this end? And I'm not sure anyone's really got a firm handle on that. Thank you very much indeed to my panel. I appreciate it. Joining me now is the former MP and host of The Rest is Politics, Rory Stewart. Rory, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you for having me.
I was amused in a kind of ironic way to see you and your co-host, Alistair Campbell, debating this when it all flared up a week ago, and Alistair giving the world a lecture about the need to adhere to international law when it comes to taking this kind of military action in the Middle East. Some of us have long memories, Rory. I remember 2003 when I ran the Daily Mirror and said the very same thing to your co-host, Alistair Campbell, repeatedly when we said it would be a very bad idea to invade Iraq without a second UN resolution. The wider question, other than teasing you about your co-host, and your facial expressions have given me all the answer I need. But rather than teasing you about that, on the bigger picture, is international law now just finished as a concept? I keep hearing the argument from everyone, well, if the others aren't adhering to it, why do we have to? If they're doing this, we should be able to do this. None of them even call them wars anymore. The Russians call the invasion of Ukraine a special operation. Now we're told this is not a war either. This is, a conflict or whatever it may be. Are we just circumnavigating international law, do you think?
Well, let me take my defense of Alistair for red, so we won't get called down that rabbit hole. But you're right. Listen, something fundamental has changed. I think Trump's intervention in Iran is the beginning of a completely new world. It's been going on for 18 months, the signs of this, but this has shattered the order that America built after the war. America basically, after the Second World War, created a rules-based order, even if it was hypocritical, even if things went wrong, where broadly speaking, if you were a Western European country or you were in the Gulf, America seemed generous, relatively reliable, relatively predictable, and it followed process. Now, you can disagree, but it went, presidents had conversations with Congress, they were relatively consistent about what they were doing, occasionally they try to go to the UN. All that's been blown out of the water. Suddenly now we have a president who has not consulted with his traditional allies and who has put the Gulf countries in a really difficult situation.
Had you been Prime Minister, Rory, as many people would have liked you to have been, I think my mother's one of them. I think I've had that conversation with you.
Well
had
done,
you
Mrs.
been
Morgan.
Prime Minister, had you been Prime Minister when Donald Trump made the call and said, we want to use UK bases to launch our aircraft from. We don't need you to supply any forces. We don't want you to be proactively involved at this stage. We just want to use your bases. Would you have let the Americans do that? Tony Blair, the architect of course, the Iraq War, along with George Bush, was emphatic at the weekend in a private meeting that he would have absolutely done that, and Keir Starmer should have done that. Would you have done that?
I think Blair is completely wrong. Completely wrong. This is an illegal, immoral, reckless war that is going to make the world a much more dangerous place. It's already driving up the price of oil. It's destroying the security of American allies in the Gulf. It's not achieving what it set out to achieve in Iran. Anyone who thinks that this is the path to some lovely, liberal, democratic, stable regime in Iran at the moment, there's no sign of that. And of course, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy for Britain. You know, we've been a very strong ally of the US since the 1950s. But we cannot be in a position where the United States does not consult with us, doesn't talk to us, has no interest in our views, and then just announces it's going to drag us into the war by using our bases.
I mean, damn, he got a point. He do got a point. Nah, but I kind of see why. They're like, yo, you're just going to try to drag us into this war because, I mean, we're going to be targets as well because you're using our base, because that's the whole reason why the Gulf countries are being targeted, is because your bases are attacking them and planes and rockets are coming from those bases. So, yeah, why would we want to put ourselves in the same position? I get it. I get it. It is what it is. And shout out to Toe. She says, hey, set video in general chat you may want to look at. All right, no problem. And she, can you explain how to become a member again? All right, guys, the way you become a member is almost like the same way you super chat in. You go to the $sign over there next to the chat bubble, and you should be able to see either, what was it, super chat, or, well, for me, it says member gifting. But for you, it should be, say, join membership.
But isn't the cold, hard reality that if we get attacked, and we're vulnerable, I mean, the UK armed force has been reduced to such a degree, you could put all the army inside Wembley Stadium and have a lot of empty seats. We've been exposed, I think, with the 2 ships which can't even leave yet for a week or two to join the action, even if we want them to. You know, there's a general feeling from all our armed force leaders that we are, you know, really heavily vulnerable right now. If we were attacked, say Putin decided to have a go, the first call we would make would be to the United States, to Donald Trump. And what concerns me about this is, I'm not disputing for a moment anything you say. Many people feel the same way. But this so-called special relationship, it does rely occasionally on doing things. There was a very interesting piece I read at the weekend about Margaret Thatcher when Ronald Reagan, I think it was, wanted her help. And, you know, her every instinct and every one of her advisors said, do not help. But she slept on it overnight and went, we have to help. They're our biggest ally, and they're the one that we have to help in these moments, even if our instincts tell us not to. That it actually, although it's in the short-term national interest to say we can't do this, the longer-term, bigger picture national interest of the UK is that we have to have the Americans on side, because when we get attacked, they're the first port of call.
I mean, unfortunately, Trump has shattered that world. I mean, if we were in a world in which we felt we could rely on the US, in which we believed that he believed in protecting Europe against Russia, that he believed in NATO, that he respected European sovereignty, fine. But he's trying to create a world in which he effectively says he gets to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, and everybody has to come along with it. And there's no quid pro quo. It would be naive to think that because you helped him out somewhere, he would ever act except in his own national interest. The only thing that Donald Trump would think about if he was asked to do something is whether it would help Donald Trump, and secondarily, maybe his idea of what the US wants. The idea that he shows loyalty, gratitude, forget it. Look at the Gulf. These people have given him airplanes, they've invested hundreds of billions, they've given him property contracts, and without consulting them, he's basically set out to destroy their economies overnight. That's what you learn. I mean, you cannot be in a position with somebody who's behaving.
Oh, and shout out to Toe. She sent the video in through the Discord. Appreciate that. Oh, guys, if you want to join the Discord, make sure to become a member. And I'll go ahead and send you that Discord link. All you got to do is email me. And if you are a member and you haven't got that Discord link, well, make sure to email me. All right, though, let's go ahead and get into this video right here. A little quick one.
Is this tiny island in the Persian Gulf Trump's key to overthrowing the Iranian regime? Khark Island is located roughly 30 kilometers off the Iranian coast and is less than half the size of Manhattan. And it is the lifeline of the Islamic Republic. Khark is basically a huge oil storage facility. Almost all of Iran's exported crude oil flows through there. More than 50 million barrels of oil are shipped from there each month. If the oil exports collapse, so does the economy and the financing of the regime's repression machine, making an uprising more likely and feasible.
That reliance, if the Americans would take it, would allow them to put enormous pressure on any Iranian regime without the need for boots on the ground in Tehran, without the need to have control over the next government, whatever it's likely to be.
Trump wouldn't be the first US president to consider seizing Khark Island. In 1979, in the wake of the Islamic Revolution, Iranian students took more than 60 American citizens in the US embassy in Tehran hostage. Then President Jimmy Carter was advised that seizing Khark could provide leverage against the regime. But he decided against it. Will Trump now take the risk? To take the island without damaging its infrastructure, boots on the ground would be necessary. A dangerous undertaking. Khark is heavily guarded by Iranian soldiers and mines. In the end, a desperate and potentially collapsing regime in Tehran could decide to sabotage the pipeline leading from Iranian mainland to Khark Island. That would make the conquest not only risky, but also meaningless.
And that, I mean, shoot, I'll be real with you. It can it can also affect those guys over in China, Russia, affect those guys as well. And you know what? Who knows what they'd be willing to do to, to stop us from doing that. So that may be the one thing that's keeping us from doing that, or else, why not just do it right now? I mean, because we don't want to put too much strain on the global market. But I mean, trust me, hey, what he's saying would exactly happen. The thing is, he's leaving out, well, what would Russia and China do?
Somewhere between a bully and a gangster, of saying to him, there's nothing we can do. And that was the risk, actually, we almost had with Greenland, which is you had people like Mandelson, our disgraced ambassador in the US, saying, well, maybe we just have to give him Greenland because the really big picture is Ukraine. And, we're too dependent on them for defense. And this just plays into his hands because he basically thinks Europe's weak, the UK's weak, they just have to do what he says. And that world has changed. We cannot continue in that relationship because if you're in that kind of relationship, you will be abused forever.
But here's the flaw in that argument, which is that he may be right in his assessment. He was right when he said that the NATO member countries were not paying their dues. I think he's been right to say that Europe has not stepped up properly when it's needed to in the last few decades. He's right that America has to carry the lion's share of being the global police officer. You say, when does he ever help in Europe? Well, he stepped in with Ukraine when most of his own party, in terms of his MAGA base in particular, didn't want him to. He committed many billions of dollars worth of help for Ukraine and continues to do so, even though politically it doesn't do him any favors. So, I'm not convinced that if we had a problem and we were attacked, that Trump wouldn't come to the rescue. I think he would, but I agree with you. He's an unpredictable beast, and how you deal with him is very complicated. But again, I come back, if you were prime minister, it's very easy for us all to opine, of course, from our podcast rooms, and we both have lovely rooms, I think, as we're talking to each other here. But when you're in the Oval Office and you've got to make these calls, or you're in number 10, there are different dynamics at play, aren't there?
Yeah, but I think the clear decision has to be eventually enough. You can't write a blank check to somebody like Trump. You look at his entire business career. People who give him the impression that he has them over a barrel, that they have no options or alternatives, he will simply abuse them. And you have to consistently and respectfully say no. So what you have to say to him is, listen, you said that the US cannot afford to protect Europe anymore. You said that we should be dealing with Russia and Ukraine, and we've stepped up. You know, you've removed $50 billion of funding for Ukraine, and Europe and the UK is stepping up. You're barely providing anything now for Ukraine, right? Mm. You've in fact actually just made the situation in Ukraine worse because you've driven up the oil price, which will make Russia richer. You've lifted the sanctions. You're firing off all the Patriot missiles that could have been used to defend Ukraine.
Damn. I guess it's all about Ukraine in his eyes. He's like, this money you could have been used to defend Ukraine, which I really don't care for. You could use those Patriot missiles to defend Ukraine. I mean, I'll be real with you. I don't like that we're defending Ukraine or Israel with these Patriot missiles, to be honest with you. So it's just like, I honestly would have wished we'd have just kept them for our own defense. If it ain't about defending America, we ain't firing off a damn thing. I wish that's how it was done. But bro, I definitely don't want them to be used for your cause. Like, if that's what you're crying about, then trust me, I don't give a damn. I'm pretty sure the liberals do.
So respectfully, Mr. President, we're going to take you at your word.
Oh, and shout out Tove. She says, like, dude, y'all been abusing us for decades. So don't you talk about us, about you being abused. Like, honestly here. And then the thing is, they're going like, well, how dare you spend more money on Iran than you're spending on poor Ukraine? It's like, bro, I don't agree with us spending money in either war. But it's funny how you're here going like, how dare you do this? Spend money here and not with us. It's like, bro, really? So just because it ain't your war. All right.
We are focusing on our interest, which is a country called Russia that has taken 20% of a European country, has casualties of 1.2 million people.
How does this end?
And then here's the thing. I mean, we're making the weapons and they're buying it from us. I mean, can't that be good enough for you guys? We helped you in the beginning. We thought we could win through proxy, and we didn't. And we're just out of it. You got it. If y'all want to buy more weapons, buy from us, and there you go.
You think? Because, you know, General Petraeus famously said about all wars, first question, how does it end? And I'm really struggling to see how this ends in a remotely satisfactory way, because there's no sign of regime change. There's certainly no sign of Iranian people rising up against the regime for perfectly good reasons to do with self-preservation at the moment. And if you don't affect regime change, then what is the purpose of this war?
And people hate this regime. They're a bunch of horrible theocratic murderers who've killed tens of thousands of Iranians. But there isn't an alternative emerging. There isn't an opposition on the ground.
Nope.
And this idea that just by killing...
Thank you. And think about it. A lot of people are starting to really admit this. Like, there is no real opposition on the ground. There isn't. Like, as much as we like to sit there and pretend, like, look, we thought that what the revolution was for, that little protest that was going on in the beginning of January. But that didn't give anything. And we were supplying those guys with guns, by the way. You know, out of the, 5,000 to 6,000 that Iran said died, 500 of them were police, and they were shot by protesters. So they were being supplied with guns, and it just wasn't enough through the CIA and Mossad. We tried, and it didn't work. It is what it is.
Khamenei, you suddenly get a change. You just end up with his son. Where does that get you? Nowhere. In the meantime, what you've actually done is you've destroyed all the faith in global shipping networks, oil, fertilizer, the economies of places like Dubai. You've made everybody suddenly lose confidence in the whole world. And you've given China and Russia a chance to say, well, if the US thinks it can behave like this, why can't we go around behaving like this? And you've given other people a chance to go and get themselves nuclear weapons, and there's no end. The only end is when President Trump gets out of bed in the morning and decides to tell everybody he's won. But in order to get there, we have this, you know, you were interviewing somebody who said he's like the knight in Monty Python who has had his legs chopped off and his arms chopped off and still hasn't given up. Well, for goodness sake, what's the point about that knight in Monty Python? He's not a threat to anyone. There's no point continuing to try to demand a surrender from somebody who's not a threat to you and doesn't want to surrender.
If you were supportive, presumably, of Keir Starmer refusing permission for the US to use our bases at the start of the war. Are you therefore against the decision by Keir Starmer 2 days later to allow the bases to be used and to now start committing our armed forces in increasing numbers to help the Americans here, but from a defensive standpoint?
Starmer's demented. He gets the worst of all worlds. He's managed to completely irritate Trump. And then for some reason, 2 days later, he says, oh, actually, you can use the bases after all, with some new terminology around defensive. I mean, look, you may be more sympathetic towards Blair, but do one or the other. Either say, I'm with you, Mr. Trump, you can use my bases, go for it, or say, this is illegal, unjustifiable, and horrifying. And I have
no, that's exactly what, to be honest, that is exactly what I said. I said very early on that weekend, make your mind up, Prime Minister. You're either with the Americans on this or you're not. But to go from being not with them to with them in the space of 36 hours, I thought was ridiculous. And that is not leadership.
No, it's insane. Alienating the Iranians, annoying everybody who wants to topple the regime, annoying everybody who wants to stay out of it. And his idea that he can chart a course through this with some funny legal argument makes no sense. No, I think look, what he should be doing is working with Europe, Canada, goodness sake, Australia, Japan, South Korea, and saying, what's the world going to look like? Because we can't depend on America anymore. And then think about the next 5 to 10 years. What are the steps you've got to take to be genuinely independent? AI, tech, cloud computing, defense, security, the dollar. Think it through, do it together, come up with a vision. Instead of which, what he's doing is flip-flopping.
Man. But all right, let's go ahead and get into our guy, Tucker Carlson. We're only going to watch a little clip of his, what was it, an hour-long monologue.
As you try to figure out what's going on, keep in mind, you can't really get the full picture because the clampdown on information. And so in the conversation that we're about to have, we're going to go through what we think we know. In some cases, we might be wrong. Just want to be honest about that up front. Very hard to know what the truth is at this stage, really at any stage, but particularly in the face of this kind of censorship. But we're going to try to be as honest as we possibly can and provide as much information as we possibly can, given the limitations, because this war matters, maybe more than most wars. This war hasn't been settled. Clearly, there are parties who would like to settle it, but no one person is in charge of whether it gets settled. Israel is a partner in this war, probably the first war the United States has ever fought with a true partner with decision-making authority. It's very different from going into Afghanistan with a NATO coalition. Norway didn't have veto power over anything, but Israel does. And so it's complex, very complex, and the Iranians have their own, of course, completely different agenda. So it may not be settled anytime soon. We're praying that it is. But more fundamentally, this is a different kind of war. So over the course of our lifetimes, most wars the United States has fought, all of them really on some level wars of choice. The U.S. hasn't been invaded really since 1812. So all of these are wars that the U.S. government decided to become involved in or start.
And I wish they would.
And pretty much all of them were initiated on the same pretext, which is we are preserving the order of the world, the international order, the rules-based order, whatever you want to call it. We're preserving the way things are. And this country we're going to war with violated the rules. Therefore, we're going to war to restore the rules. That is not what we're watching now. There's some evidence that the president of the United States, Donald Trump, thought that's what this was about. Iran wants to get nukes. They can't have nukes. We can't have more nuclear proliferation. You can't have rogue states with nuclear weapons. Weapons of mass destruction are bad. Got it. We've heard that before. Of course, the effect of this will be to radically accelerate proliferation around the world, because what's the lesson of what we're doing right now? You better have nukes or else you're going to get regime changed.
Exactly, bro. And I've been said that. It's like, yo, if you don't have nukes, you have no power out here in the global streets. You're going to get bullied by the guys who do got nukes, or you're going to be subservient to the guys who do got nukes, or you're going to be bending the knee, crying for protection to the guys who got nukes. But if you do got a nuke, you actually got some type of sovereignty in the world. That's what we've been pretty much telling people. I mean, that's the reason why North Korea rushed to get one, because they were the best example. Look, you get a nuke, and we don't care if you're a dictatorship, monarchy, or you're just out there just recklessly killing all your people. If you got a nuke, we will not F with you.
trying to regime change North Korea because they have nukes. So the incentive for every small but reasonably wealthy country, as of right now, is get nukes as quickly as you can, because you're going to get regime changed if you don't, potentially. And if you're a bystander to a war and happen to get caught up in it, like the Gulf states are right now, no one is going to protect you. These security guarantees, formal and informal, are not real. Downtown Dubai can still get destroyed and your economy destroyed for a generation, because who's going to stop it? You're on your own. So countries that feel they're sincerely on their own have every incentive to have the most effective deterrence possible, and that would, at this point, be nuclear weapons. So you're going to see a lot more nuclear armed states in the next few years, without question. So if the point of this was to preserve the status quo on nukes, it had the opposite effect. But the point of this was not to preserve the status quo at all. It was to overturn the status quo, to usher in a new age. That's the point of this war. This is a pivot in history, and a lot of the people supporting it know that. Now, they're really in two groups. One are people motivated by religious impulse. That would include some Israelis, some religious Jews, not all, but some. And that would include some Christians, Christian Zionists. And both groups believe that they're helping to accelerate the end of history. Armageddon, the end of time, the return of the Messiah, however you want to describe it. But both groups believe that history is linear. It began in one place and arrives at another with the return of God to earth. And then history ends, and we are redeemed or damned, depending. So that's the basic idea. And both of these groups seem under the impression that they can force God's hand, that they can bring this about through an act of will or violence, which is to say both groups believe on some level that they are God, which they are not. They're not in charge of history. You can't force God's hand. He's in charge. You are not. But both groups have lost sight of that. So that's their motive. And then there are secular boosters of the war, promoters of the war, planners of the war. And their vision, while not strictly speaking religious, is not really so different. They would like to usher in rule by technology, whether that's mass surveillance, whether it's transhumanism, the merging of man and machine, but the rule of the earth by technology. And there are a lot of people who want this, and a lot of people who think it's inevitable. And this is the moment where that age of history begins with this war. So again, this is not a war that is confined to the region. This is not a war between the United States and Israel and Iran. This is not a war designed to prevent a rogue state from getting nukes. It was never that.
Yep.
This is a war designed to usher in a new age of man, a new period in history, a new world. And so wars like that are fundamentally theological in nature. That's theology. Whether it's secular or religious, it's still theology. These are articles of faith. This is an eschatology. And wars like that aren't resolved quickly, because we're talking not just about disarming a madman. We're talking about changing the nature of life on this planet forever. So big stakes in the minds of the people pushing this. And that means this is going to go on for a while, declared or not. And as it does, how do we respond? Well, we pray. Number one, the most effective thing you can do is to say prayers for peace. Number one most effective thing you can do.
I mean,
but two, keep an eye
what
on.
did Jesus say on the Sermon on the Mount? Blessed be the peacemakers, for they are the son of gods, for they are the sons of God. Like, that should tell you something. We should always be striving for peace, because, that's what Jesus wanted us to do, for my Christians in the back who are preaching for war.
But two, keep an eye on.
So I ain't gonna lie. Hold on. If you're a peacemaker and that makes you one of the sons of God, then, what does a warmonger make you?
The effect of this war on us here in the United States. We're prosecuting this war. We're the main combatant here. We're spending the most money, dropping the most bombs. And how do we do that? So the key, really, whether you think this is insane, as a lot of people do, probably the majority of the country believes that, or you think it's necessary. Some people do believe that. Fox News viewers believe that. Democratic leaders believe that in the House and Senate. But no matter what side you're on, the United States needs to behave with honor. Now, why is that? Because that's the whole point of being the United States. You can't have wars in a democratic republic or in a country where the people supposedly rule, where their consent is necessary, whether it is or not. That's what we tell ourselves. You can't have wars unless you believe that you are, on the deepest level, better than the people you're fighting. We're not savages. They are. Therefore, we get to kill them. And we've always told ourselves that. And in some cases, it has been absolutely true. Whether we can kill them or not is another question. It's a moral question. But as a sort of matter of civic engagement, the population has to believe they're better than the people they're fighting, or else you can't have the war. And you're really sort of flirting with revolution at that point, and we don't want that. So in order to believe you're better than your opponent, you have to be. You have to.
All right, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen, and go ahead and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. And if you want to double your support, you can go ahead and just hit me up on the Venmo, which is either above or below you, depending on how you're watching the show. So appreciate the support, guys. And like I said, let's not forget to double tap that screen.
Behave with honor. And so, for example, if innocents are killed, girls at a school, to name a current example, you have to believe that it was accidental, and you have to say out loud that was wrong. And in this specific case, the bombing of a girls' school next to an Iranian naval base that was apparently the school of choice for officers at the naval base. These were the children, the daughters of the people we're fighting. You have to believe that was accidental. Despite the fact it was hit twice, 40 minutes apart, looks very much like a double tap, which is to say a bombing and then an attack on the people coming to rescue the injured. That's what it looks like. But as an American, you have to believe this was a tragic mistake. But we have to verify that. We have to know for certain that it was in order to keep our honor. Because if you wake up in the morning and you're living in the kind of country that thinks it's okay to kill not simply military officers, but their daughters, that country's not worth fighting for. Now, speaking for myself, I am assuming that was a tragic mistake, but it's important to get to the bottom of it. How did this happen? Were these autonomous weapons that made the decision? Was there an AI program that targeted this school that thought it was something else or thought it was within bounds and targeted it, bombed it, and then bombed it again 40 minutes later? If that's the case, no more autonomous weapons for us. Should we really be making life or death decisions with a machine with no human interaction, no human sign off on that? Of course not. That's grotesque. To hand the power of life and death over to a machine, that's just transparently insane. Of course, you would never do that if you were a civilized country. And we can't do that. Did we do that? We need to find out. And if we did, we can't do that again. And we have to apologize for it. You can't kill the children of your enemies. In fact, you can't kill innocents, period.
At all.
Because we're the West, and we believe that people are responsible for the sins they commit, not for the sins their relatives committed.
Yeah, I mean, just because they were the daughters of IRGC members, or Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps members, doesn't mean that it's okay to kill them. I would hope there is nobody that is of the mind that, oh, no, it's okay to kill those girls. What you mean? Their fathers were with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. It's all good. Yeah, no, it's not. No, not at all.
Or their ancestors, or their future descendants, or people who look like them. We don't believe that because we believe in the individual soul. Each person individually accountable to God and to the U.S. military for the things he does right and wrong, period. Collective punishment is the opposite of what we believe. That's what Israel believes. And that's why on a basic level, Israel does not have a Western outlook, because the Israeli government believes it is okay to kill people on the basis of their bloodline. They are Amalek, as the prime minister often says, again and again and again. This is Amalek. Kill not just the perpetrator, but his wife, his children, their children, his pets. This is a theological concept that Christians and the West reject as grotesque and evil. We cannot participate in that ever, because the moment we do, we are not better than the people we're fighting at all. And we can't have that. It's a stain on all of us. So we need to find out what happened there. And the second thing we need to do is make certain that the diplomatic efforts the United States made to get to a political agreement before the war were legitimate, that they weren't a ruse designed to distract and trap the Iranians. Why? Because an honorable nation does not engage in that kind of deceit and trickery. An honorable nation states its objectives out loud, attempts in good faith a political nonviolent solution, and then if that fails, resorts to force. That's the American tradition. That's the Western tradition. That's not the Eastern tradition, but it's our tradition, and we have to uphold it. And as of right now, we have to believe that's what we did, and that it didn't work, couldn't come to terms.
Should I agree with it? I mean, we can't be out here dunking on Muslims saying that they do this and they do that and they put these people in harm's way when we're doing the exact same thing. I'm sorry, but that is like not what we believe in. And is, I mean, shoot, one of the reasons why we do have war crimes and all that, so people don't turn to this type of savagery when it comes to war, or this type of thinking where it's, oh, it's okay to just to bomb all these people because of just a few or because of their army. I mean, like, no, we wouldn't want nobody doing that to us. So I don't think we should do it to anybody else. And just because it's very unlikely that it'll ever happen to us, still shouldn't do it to anybody else.
Tradition, and we have to uphold it. And as of right now, we have to believe that's what we did, and that it didn't work, couldn't come to terms. And so President Trump was effectively forced by the Israeli government into this decision to go to war. But if it ever emerges that our diplomatic efforts with Iran, both in February of this year and in June of last year, were fake, and they were designed to lull the Iranians into a false sense of security so we could launch a sneak attack on them, how is that better than Pearl Harbor? How is that better than any dishonorable sneak attack in history? Of course, it's not. It's low. It's beneath the United States. It's beneath us as American citizens. And anyone who participated in that needs to be punished for it right away. And as a practical matter, it makes diplomacy of all kinds impossible. How do we settle the conflict between the United States and Russia using Ukraine, poor Ukraine, as a proxy? We fight the war, Ukrainians die. How do we settle that conflict? By the way, a lot of us wish it had been settled before launching a war on Iran, because now the Russians are, of course, targeting information to the Iranians. Why wouldn't they? We've done the same with the Ukrainians for the last 4 years. That should have been settled. But it's going to be hard to settle it now because the message to the rest of the world is American diplomacy is fake. It's not real. You send negotiators in, they distract us, and then you prepare a sneak attack on us.
Yep.
Now, we don't know that's what happened. There's no proof that's what happened, but we need to find out
kind of what we doing,
what exactly did happen, because you can't behave that way. It's a disservice to American citizens if you behave that way. And it makes our future much, much tougher, much, much tougher. So giving the full benefit of the doubt to the United States as a default position as Americans, and we need to get to the truth of that and everything else that's happening in this war. Spring is the most refreshing time of year. Nothing compliments it better than Black Rifle.
I did want to go ahead and finish this video as well. Let's get right into it.
We shouldn't give up yet. How do we put pressure on Trump to pull out of this insanity? Because we got to try, even if it's impossible.
Oh, damn.
I mean, the most you could do is express your dissatisfaction. I don't know that there's going to be a 1 million man march anytime soon. Honestly, I think the war is actually, they say it's not that popular, but I think people are apathetic. So what do you do to pressure Trump? I mean, you can call your congressman, and your congressman can take it up with Mike Johnson or something.
I mean, sadly, the only thing Trump is going to listen to is a loss at the midterms and him being put on trial for impeachment on almost damn near everything he did. So, yeah, yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that's going to teach him. And by that time, it's going to be too late.
But I think all we could do is really buckle up, and we could wait for this to wash over us. I think at the minimum, you just make it clear we're not on board. I mean, burn your MAGA hats. I've tried it. I went out to a little bit to Michigan in 24 to try to get people not to vote and try to get some attention. We bombarded True Social. We bombarded Twitter. It didn't do any good. They're not listening.
Then I want to get good Republicans elected. I'm doing this to get their attention. They spun it. You were actually trying to stop votes. I got some horrible news for radio listeners. TV viewers just saw it. Just like I said at the start of the show, Trump has now announced forever war. No, we're not talking about a Hollywood movie with Tom Cruise. We're talking about, he just said 1984 forever war. Reuters. They're printing the article now. What the hell is that, Nick Fuentes? I mean, this is just, it's like Trump is an old barn burning down in live time.
Yeah, it's a sight to behold, especially for us. I think that a lot of people got red pilled after the pandemic. Maybe they don't realize the gravity of this, but this is just like, what else is there even to say? I mean, at this point, this is the same guy that came down the escalator and said the war in Iraq was a big mistake. We should have never been there. We knew they had no weapons of mass destruction. And now he says we're fighting a forever war against Iran for regime change. You just have to shake your head, and you wonder how people are still on board. That's honestly the worst part, is you go on Twitter and people are still making excuses. They say, oh, it's about China. Well, we'll wait until there's boots on the ground. You go, really? I mean, I don't know what people need to see for them to realize that we got tricked, we got betrayed. Now we need to try something else. But yeah, it's shocking to hear these things. He goes, I don't have the yips about boots on the ground. You don't have the yips. We're going to deploy to the Middle East again? Seriously? And then they say, we can go indefinitely. We're going to fight forever. Now, in fairness, I think that when he says that, that is rhetoric. And that
no, all this just sounds strong. But the point is, it's antithetical to what he ran on.
Yo, right. And shout out to my man Sid. Hold on here.
I mean, because.
And shout out to Sid. He says, are you voting Republican in the midterms? Bro, I'll be real with you. If this war is still carrying on and they do not recover none of the economic gains at all, and we just end up spending more on war, losing more lives, and then start bringing in, refugees and all that good stuff, I'll be real with you. It's done. It's done. And I'm not most likely not going to, it all depends. Maybe if Massey, I don't know. I can't vote for Massey in the midterms, but as far as Republicans go around where I live, bro, I'm in a red state, Ohio. Yeah, most of these guys are on that neoconservative wave, and nobody's speaking up about it. So I'm out. If this is what y'all gonna do with Republicans, I'm out. Y'all got it. I'll wait till 2028, and hopefully we got a real one coming up then. But until then, y'all got it. I'm out. Shoot, I ain't gonna keep voting for more war, more tax dollars being spent, and then more lies y'all gonna tell us. And then when we catch y'all on the lie, y'all want to call us un-American. I'm not voting for that. Like, kiss my ass.
That's what the Pentagon wants, is a 20-year war like Afghanistan that's just a big moneymaker.
It is antithetical. And here's the thing. Trump can gesture and bluff all he wants, but we are in the war and we're getting drawn in. So the problem with those kinds of things is, the Pentagon is going to take that and run with it. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile.
Well, yeah, let's be clear. Let's go to break and talk about this. It just blew me away. I mean, the Iranians lost 2 million people. That's World War I numbers in the proxy war with Iraq against Iran backed by us. These people do not fuck around. Yeah, a bunch of high school and college kids are out running around protesting. They're not going to kill people, folks. The Muslims are willing to do it. And they're not the retards like the other Muslims. We'll be right back. I am cutting this announcement to our VIP members and for the great customers.
Well, damn, Alex, tell us how you really feel about Muslims. But Alex is a Christian supremacist all the way through. I mean, look, man, if it ain't Christ is king, boy, you ain't living the right way in his eyes. In his eyes. Because trust me, he has a crazy, he don't like Muslims either. I mean, come on, he had Tommy Robinson on. And bro, them two just had a nice little, we hate all the Muslims in the world type of little, like, I'll be real, get together. Little party. It was the F Muslims party with Alex Jones and Tommy Robinson. You know what? I'll react to it. Why not? I'll react to it later on. It still was a good interview because I ain't gonna lie. As much as I don't like Tommy Robinson's, blanket hatred of Muslims, I'll be real with you. I respect the journalist work that he did exposing what was going on with the Pakistani rape gangs and all that good stuff, because that needed to be addressed. But we can't frame those people as all Muslims, though. That's just ridiculous.
There's a lot of subgroups, but there's people that are just zombies, NPCs, and don't care. There's people that calculate whatever the current power structure.
I mean, as Shutout said, he pretty much said, what if the Democratic candidate is against war? Yeah, that's just one marker. You got to also be able to correct the economy, handle affordability, and all that good stuff. Like, we just can't vote for Democrats because the Trump agenda is going to make them anti-war. Like, you know, God forbid the Biden got us into this. These guys will be jumping up and down telling us to support the war. And they'd be telling you, Sid, how you're just not a real Democrat or a real liberal, bro. Did they be gaslighting you at this point? So I don't know. You got to be more than just they're anti-war. That's a starter, but they got to also have something else as well.
I'm sure isn't going along with that. And then there's people that do what's right and don't think about the consequences because it's spiritual ingrained in them to do the right thing. And you got to have a fourth group that are good but are scared to tell the truth. And you can add a lot of other groups, subgroups to that. But people always ask who pays you, who does this. I sell you stuff straight up, supplements, books, you know, T-shirts, whatever. It's all great stuff. But I love the truth. I love humanity. I am a good person. My ancestors were good. You know, I never really thought until I got older about like measuring up to them. I never really talked about my ancestors because it's like I'm going to live off them, but it's ridiculous. I'm all the way back to William the Conqueror and the old kings of England, and you know, the inventor of the stock exchange and the Greshams, just on my mom's side, and then they all got kicked out, so they went to the New World, do their own deal, and the Mayflower on my dad's side, all of it. But I'm doing this myself. This is me. This is my time. Alex Jones did this with you. Oh, so I don't live in some class thing where it's off my name. This is a meritocracy. Yeah. In the meritocracy, I've kicked some ass. And then I look at people in the political system, left, right, you name it, that just go with what will get them ahead, but they don't think about the second, third, fourth order of things. Well, I'll tell you the sixth or seventh order. And in historical mathematics and political equations, politics is math. You got it all together. Doing what's right and not thinking about all the different permutations is the most sophisticated thing and the most powerful always. So I can think through all these levels and get lost in it for hours and do incredible things consciously. But just being good and doing what's right, I always see God's.
I mean, nah, Sid, you actually got a really good point. He said for Congress, not president. I mean, like, yeah. Honestly, yeah, like I said, I'd have to read out his whole spiel and all that. But if he's anti-war and he's running for a congressman in Ohio, I mean, yeah, I would love a guy who's anti-war to have a voice out there on Capitol Hill that's representing the people of Ohio. Like, I would love that.
Plan in the end was the most advanced thinking. And Nick, I think it's important to state that because I can tell, and I know you get ready for your show. I've seen you ready for it here. You know, you're just reading, researching. Nobody's telling you what to say. There's no handler. When they've sued me, the Democrats and their big law firms, they're always like, who's the boss? Where's the money? Who tells you what to say? They cannot believe for years till they depose the whole crew. Like, who tells you what to say? They don't even get like this is real because for them, they're slaves. It's all handed down to them. Every fucking word they say. So speak to authenticity. You say what you want about Nick Fuentes. You are your own man. You're not a Fed. You're not controlled. You're your own 26, 27, 28, whatever it is now, young man. And that very idea threatens them that there's so much native talent that God gave us through our species.
Well, that's the thing. They're now trying to reverse engineer me. You know, in the past year, they saw my clips go viral. They saw the show blow up. And now they're all trying to reverse engineer. And they want to say, well, what is the secret ingredient? Why are people listening to this guy? And in many ways, I'm sure they did the same with you.
It's authenticity and native intelligence.
Well, they try to characterize it and they say, well, it's because they're edgelording or they're offering something sensational or it's, you know, all different types of things. And they're always looking at it on the cosmetic level. But what they're missing is that we are real and people can tell. We are trying to do our best. We are trying to tell the truth. We are guided by our conscience and people can pick up on that. You know, you're a live streamer in a sense. You're on radio. I'm more of like I guess we're both in live streaming.
No, I've been live streaming since it started, yeah.
But you can't hide. You can't hide on a live stream. When you do a show for 3 hours a day, every day for 20 years, and I've done it for 10 years, there's nowhere to hide on that. Eventually, people
ask,
can
how do you have energy? Because they got to calculate everything in 2 minutes. No, the answer is I don't calculate how I look.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, live stream, I mean, look, it's way harder than your pre-recordeds. Like, look, if you're good at live streaming, apparently you're going to be that guy with pre-recordeds. And I haven't even done no pre-records yet. I just cut my live stream down to clips and I give it out to you guys. But I ain't gonna lie, live streaming, yes, way harder than the pre-recorded videos.
I already know what's true. Exactly. There's no energy to bullshit when you're on the air 4 hours a day.
Exactly. There's no pretense. There's no facade. There's nothing like that. And that's what people like. People are sick of being lied to. People are kind of dumb, but they can tell when they're being lied to sometimes. And I think that the basis of our appeal, or at least the reason why we have a fanatical following, people that follow us, really follow us, is because there is that connection. They're tapped into the same thing that we are.
I think you're right. Overall, you're right. But the big thing is you're right. You've been right like 99% of the time, Nick. That's why they do. I mean, sure, your jokes are funny. You're a good-looking guy. You're witty. I edgelord too. It's fun.
All right, bro.
But it's unscripted. But at the end of the day, it's being right. You would not be successful if you were not correct. That's the final ingredient, is being right. That's what they don't like. The bad guys hate the fact that we're smart, we figured them out, and we're right, and they know it. And if people listen to us, they'll learn how we know. We tell them the secrets, how we know it, and we tell them it's game over. That's why I keep harping. Look how accurate I am. I said Saturday afternoon, 3 p.m. I bet there's a sleeper cell Muslim attack, and I bet it happens tonight. Probably Austin, Texas, or Dallas, or Houston. It happened. It just, if people ask, how did I know that? It's just, I can just see all the pieces.
Come on now. It's just so convenient. Like, we're going to war with a Muslim nation. You know what? Just to get more of the public on our side, let's have some black guy wear a shirt that says property of Allah or something like that, or property of Islam. Let's have them go out there and do a mass shooting, right? All right, cool. And this is how, and we're gonna false flag it, and this is how we're gonna get more people to hate Muslims. And there'll be more y'all in this war, and they won't shed a tear when they start seeing innocent civilians die. I mean, this is how we do it, guys. This is how we sell war to the people. You gotta have a couple false flags. You can't do it without a false flag, or you gotta have a bunch of angry ass tree huggers in the street. And I ain't trying to deal with that. Well, that's pretty much what the Pentagon's saying.
You're right. It's the truth. It's the truth. And that's our biggest secret weapon, I think, that we have.
So where does this go forward? I want to play a few clips of the Zionist Greater Israel. Anything you want to say, just say it now. Because I've been asked the questions. You're very nice. I've told you be aggressive like you're on your own show. You're very, very deferential on mine. Give us 10 minutes of just however long you want. Nick Fuentes Unleashed.
Nick Fuentes Unleashed. Well, to me, this entire debacle with Iran, it has to go somewhere. Like, I'm with you when you say, how do we pressure Trump to stop? Although I am pessimistic that we can get Trump to change course, this does have to give way to something. It does have to generate action. And I continue to believe that the only action that is really going to work, that is possible, is that we have to switch up the voting. I really believe that. Like, my playbook right now, when I look at this Iran thing, all this does is make me more confident that I was right in 24.
Listen, I love Jim McGinnis, but he said something yesterday very profound. He goes, Trump's got us by the balls. I'm his bitch, basically. Well, I don't want to be in that position.
Exactly. So you need options. You don't want to be somebody's bitch. You need options. You need to be able to walk away from the table. And what allows you to walk away from the table is if you have another option. You have somebody else to go to.
And the Republican Party is like a woman. And I don't want to be mean to women, but it's just funny. When you tell a woman, I'm done, you're not in charge, they kiss your ass. As soon as you kiss their ass, you're in the doghouse.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a weird psychology. It's any negotiation. Any negotiation is like that. It's all a power dynamic. It's all about, the coincidence of wants. And so they want our votes. We want them to work for us. If they don't work for us, we can't give them our votes. And if we're not going to give them our votes, well, we should just throw them to the other side.
Is it with Israel? I get Israel swinging its dick around to piss everybody off. But what about Israel bragging they run us here domestically? That's not good. I mean, what's the chutzpah point?
Yeah, so I think that Tucker might be onto something when he says that the reason they do this is because they want actually to bait and incite people to freak out. And there's sort of like a subtle distinction here. then certain groups can say, oh, there's all this anti-Semitism, and people usually stop there. But you got to consider the Jewry in Israel is distinct, although related to the Jewry in America. The Jews in Israel, I think their desire is to see the American Jews move there. I think their desire is to see.
I mean, that's why they're clearing out the West Bank. I mean, that's what was, I'm be real with you, that's Trump's Gaza plan. To clear out the Gazans, rebuild it, and now we're going to put a whole bunch of Israelis in there. That's what they're doing with the West Bank now, kicking Palestinians off their land and putting, well, American Jews in there. I mean, they're doing it right now.
Yeah, they see themselves as the Ubermenschen.
Yes. And so I think it is in their interest to generate Jewish nationalism. And Jewish nationalism is a response to anti-Semitism.
That's
so
why
they can
Israel
put out all
bombed
this stuff.
Baghdad, bombed Madrid in the 50s to make Jews, and blamed it on communists to make them move to Israel.
Exactly. And similarly in America, all the so-called anti-Semitism is pushing the American Jewish community into the arms of Israel, either moving there or supporting them or, getting involved in activism. So I think to the extent that there's a play there, I think that's pretty clearly what it is. There's a symbiotic relationship.
Well, look at how Israel funds Al-Qaeda, funds Hamas, creates them, all that, the elements running it. And I'm not saying do this because I couldn't do it either, and the Muslims, obviously, on average, are so emotional, so it's impossible. But if they Mahatma Gandhi or Martin Luther King them or Jesus Christ them, Jesus knew what to do. Imagine if no one fought Israel and everybody just stopped. Well, then Israel would just stage stuff and say they did it. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They would just blow stuff up and say they did it. I mean, it just.
Oh, wow. He's like, well, I mean, everybody's kind of waking up to what Israel be on. It's like, bro, even if all the Arab countries left them alone, Israel will still start false flags and say that they did it and then start attacking.
What if you could get everybody to stop fighting Israel?
Dude, they try to drag us into a war before. Yeah, when they attacked the U.S. Liberty.
That would be the key to shutting it down.
U.S. Liberty.
See, I don't know if that's the case. If it's just a matter of getting them to stop fighting, I think that.
No, but you get what I'm saying. They fund the radical Muslims to get attacked,
right?
And stood down on October 7th. Obviously, it's academic what I'm saying. It's not going to happen,
right?
They fund the radical.
I think the solution.
I mean, all right. What he means by they fund the radical Muslims to attack and then complain about October 7th? I mean, yeah. The Bibi Netanyahu or Israel definitely did fund Hamas through Qatar, and Qatar got it in handwriting that they received money from Israel to give to Hamas. So yes, they basically did help fund October 7th.
Solution is that we need a movement that is actually restricted.
Oh, and you know what's crazy? They paid them in American dollars, by the way. So interesting, right? Not the shekels, but American dollars, which I guess makes sense for arms trade and all that.
Training Israel, like it needs to go further in the sense that
that shows you what they're scared of. They got 20 states or 23 to pass laws that if your city condemns Israel and genocide, they don't get state funds. That's unconstitutional. Exactly. They're really worried about boycotts.
Well, and in particular in the national security apparatus, they don't want anybody in the National Security Council or the Pentagon that is going to tell the president you need to restrain Israel, because they're driving the conflict. I said it on my show the other night. If it was up to Washington and Tehran, they would have made a deal because it's in both of their interest and there is enough overlap there. It is Israel that doesn't want the peace. So what's the answer? The United States needs to use its leverage over Israel and say, look, we pay for your military. We protect you from sanctions and from the UN and the rest of it. You have to do what we say. You have to listen to us. You're not going to go into Iran alone. You're not going to sabotage our diplomacy. You're not going to go out there with these provocative statements and threaten Iran while we're trying to make a deal. And if you wanted to actually have peace, if Tehran and Washington were to make a deal, that is the necessary step. As a matter of fact, that's the only step.
Because I said before you came on, I was going to say this and I didn't. Maybe I'll shoot a special report today because I have a lot of sources. I don't want to give them up. But a lot of it came out in the newsletter, so I can say it now. Trump's doing face saving right now, saying, no, I made Israel attack first. Well, the Pentagon's like, no, we didn't want to attack during the day. And Rubio's like, yeah, they did it. Sorry. They're all freaked out about this. I know the chairman told him privately, he came on the news, this is a bad idea, don't do it. We'll follow your order though, sir. But here's 70% bad options. We say don't do it. Then I confirm with others that Israel, basically Trump was like leaning on not doing the attack, so they did this. Now Trump is face saving because he wants to obviously do that, and that Trump got really pissed off. There's photos of him screaming at Hegseth, who I think overall is a good guy, but The bottom line is that I've confirmed that Israel is basically in control of our foreign policy by our own posture to be allied with them, and that is uncontrovertible. Because now they're trying to do damage control. Oh no, Trump gave the order. No, our very doctrine is if Israel's attacked, we attack. And so thank God Russia's not following its agreement with Iran or China, or we'd be in war with them right now. So it is a fact. And then the neocons, the Israel lobbies, all over the internet attacking anybody that points this out and tries to say it's not the case, while Netanyahu brags about it. So, I mean, that's the big news. I'm not even defending Trump. It actually makes him worse. That it is now literally true. What I claimed, well, I wanted to claim wasn't true because I don't want to believe it. That Trump is an errand boy of Israel. And how do we deal with that, Nick Fuentes?
Well, if Trump is an errand,
damn, not the meme. That's crazy, not the meme. But all right, guys. Oh, and let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's not forget to support the show with either a gift or a super chat. Any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. And we're about like what, $58 away. So let's see if we can get these call in. Let's see if we can get the call in open within, I don't know, the next hour. Let's keep it going.
boy for Israel, then you got to shut down his government. And that means you got to go into the midterm.
It is now literally true. What I claimed, well, I wanted to claim wasn't true because I don't want to believe it. That Trump is an errand boy of Israel. And how do we deal with that, Nick Fuentes?
Well, if Trump is an errand boy for Israel, then you got to shut down his government. And that means you got to go into the midterms and you got to get the Democrats in. And the Democrats hopefully will impede the administration. That's what they're going to do. They're going to launch investigations, subpoenas, select committee, all that kind of stuff. And they're going to grind it to a halt. And
I'm sorry, that was funny. That was funny, though. Even Trump woke up and was like, but hold on, I thought we destroyed their missile program. Up. Ayatollah dictator. Like, there you go.
Man. You know, if Trump is an operative of a foreign government, consider that he's forfeited his entire mandate. Because his whole basis of support is that he's America first, MAGA. He's not like the other politicians. Okay, well, if you're an errand boy for Israel, if you're a puppet of the Jewish state and you're bringing us to war for them, that's not like a small thing. That's not like a little bit of foreign aid. We're going to war on their behalf. He has to be opposed. And a lot of people don't want to take it there for one reason or another. But, I don't know what the option is. I don't know how you work with that. If you're America first and Trump is Israel first, well, that's not exactly a divide that can be bridged. There's not actually a middle ground between we're prioritizing Israel.
Good news from my sources. There are many, Pentagon, White House, you name it. This is a firestorm. Trump is really pissed off. He doesn't even know what he thinks. That's why all these messages, notice the last few hours, the messages are all schizophrenic. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, all over the media.
So that's good news, at least. I think we've got to. What would you? I'm telling you, Trump will end up probably seeing this because they respect you. I've met with them and stuff. I told you off record, like they've said the algorithms. They're paying attention to you, son, and I mean that in a nice way. What would you advise the president to do right now?
Well, it's tricky because we're in. So, you would have said never go in, but we're in now. Now that we're in, I think you got to hit Iran really hard and then you try your best to leave. But, again, it's like I said before, Israel's going to want.
The best thing that would probably work for us is just grinding down their military capabilities and then walking off. And we just say that was a win. We don't get no regime change. We just sit there and we frame it to the American people that, grinding down their military capability is the win. And then we leave.
Want us to push deeper and deeper into this until we have a full-scale regime.
That's all. When we win, put assholes in to do it again.
Right. So you got to back off. You got to let the Iranian regime reconstitute itself and restore order. Because if the Iranian security architecture is not going to rule the country, then who is? There's nobody else. So it's
that's
either
what
a
Aaron
failed
Prince
state.
said 2 weeks ago. Same thing.
Everyone has. I mean, it's just obvious. This country has 90 million people in it. Their economy's already collapsing. If you don't have the IRGC running the country, it's just going to be a failed state unless you have an alternative, which they don't. So that's who's going to prevail. And so you need
to just war crime to go wreck this state if you don't have an alternative.
I think so, yeah, I think so. This is shaping up to look like Syria or like Libya, one of these places where it's like. like the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. Because who's then going to provide all the services and the goods, and who's going to provide for the logistics and infrastructure, security?
Well, I've seen Israelis on a bunch of interviews say, we don't care about the Iranians. Screw them. Wreck it. We can't be part of something like that.
Yeah.
Well, and this is the Jewish holiday of Purim. I believe it was yesterday, Purim, which commemorates the victory of the Jews over the Iranians, and they celebrate their victory by killing 75,000 Iranians just on account of. They already won, they already got through Kai, and they just killed a bunch of them anyway. So they view them as the Amalekites, and the Amalekites kill the women, kill the children, kill everybody. That's who we're dealing with here. And people say it's the Khazar Mafia. People say it's the Masons. This is out of the Old Testament. This is out of the Talmud. It's Jews. It's Israel. And that's what they have in store for the Iranians. They love, just like in Gaza, they love to see it. So,
all right, I had like 50 clips, and I should have played this with you, but Nick, things are quick, and you got to come back sooner. I'll come on your show if you want. You got to come down to Austin. You're dead on. You've been totally vindicated. My respect level went up even higher. Here is the former Israeli prime minister, total Rothschild operative, Naftali Bennett, just days ago saying, when we're done with Iran, Turkey, who has the biggest army in Europe, this just shows the Israel project. Like I said, I told people Saturday, I said, it's the next country, and we're supposed to now go to war with Turkey. I mean, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
Play that, and then go to the clip of,
Naftali Bennett, an ex-Israeli prime minister, pretty much just said, yeah, the new Iran is Turkey. So, like I said, they want beef with every Muslim country, and it don't matter if they got to manufacture it or honestly, or just go ahead and start ish with them. That's it. They don't care. They're going to get what they want, and they're going to try to pull off their greater Israel, like it or not.
What do you your take?
And if you're a Zionist, I guess you like it.
I hear you talked about it in your show. I saw you. But how come you're going, yeah, Israel could take it all? I mean, and half the countries are allies of Israel. This is like, yeah, I love my neighbor. He's my friend. I'm going to eat him next week. Here's the clips.
A new Turkish threat is emerging. I want to be very clear. Turkey and Qatar have gained influence in Syria, are seeking influence elsewhere and everywhere throughout the region. And from here, I warn, Turkey is the new Iran. Erdogan is sophisticated, dangerous, and he seeks to encircle Israel. And while some senior Israeli,
even though Turkey hasn't expanded their borders, really showing any type of aggression, military aggression. But hey, I guess we're just going to believe Israel and just believe that, oh, no, they're down there in the new Iran. They're the biggest threat. Now, oh, this Erdogan guy is now a fascist Muslim dictator, right? That's what's coming next.
Please, we're on Qatar's payroll.
Bruv.
Qatar and Turkey are nourishing with Turkey to overthrow Syria last year.
Bro, most of our AI companies are on Qatar's payroll. What about that?
Monster that is growing and eventually might become as dangerous as the one created by Iran. Turkey and Qatar are gaining influence not only in Syria, but also in Gaza, through the front door.
If Israel just stopped now,
and everywhere, and trying to create a new
they could be successful. They're not going to stop.
Turkey is trying to flip Saudi Arabia against us and establish a hostile Sunni axis with nuclear Pakistan.
You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant. So that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean,
I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now
I love how he rubs him in. We'll just take most of it.
Area that we're talking about now.
Fuck this.
Israel is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis.
Yeah.
You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
What did he say?
Like, you serious, bro? Like,
What did he say?
it'd be fine. They just took it all. All right. Okay. But these Muslim countries are, but it's the Muslims trying to take over the world, even though they haven't expanded their borders not 1 inch in the past 5-10 years. But Israel sure has. But no, it's anti-Semitic to call them out. No, it's the Muslims trying to take over the world, even though their land is the one in danger right now. That's hilarious, guys. Keep up with that one, okay? Yes, it's the Muslims that want to take over the world, but their land is the one getting snatched. Oh my God, I see it now. It all makes sense now, right? Of course not.
Play that again. Back it up 10 seconds. So here's the deal. I can do the math. I can talk for 10 hours on this. They attacked Saudi Arabia, Jordan, all these places. I mean, we already had Obama put radicals in to take over Egypt. I mean, this is cuckoo town. Play it again. He's like, yeah, they can take it all. They will take it all. And we're supposed to be the muscle for this. Folks, here it is.
Because you're appealing to Genesis. Yeah. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
But you want us to do it, Nick Fuentes.
That's exactly right. And it doesn't stop. And everybody thought it would stop in Iran. And now they say, well, we're going to take out Erdogan and so on. And it just goes to show that's their end game, is they want to control the entire region. They want no rivals. And that's why they took out Iraq, Syria, Iran. And now what's actually funny, in their quest to destroy Iran, they've actually rallied everybody against them. So Saudi Arabia was getting ready to join the Abraham Accords in 2023 when October 7th happened, and then that derailed the process. Now the Saudis are working with Pakistan on a mutual defense pact. They're bringing Turkey into it. There is actually an emerging axis that is literally being built.
Israel blames Iran when Saudi Arabia is clear. It's what Israel did.
Right. Oh, yeah, of course. It's always Iran. It's always, then it'll be Erdogan in Syria. And it's funny because they took out Syria. Now they're worried that Erdogan is going to fill the power vacuum that they created. So
and they worked with him tacitly to take down Assad.
Right. Exactly. So
we got 45 seconds left. Are you gonna do a show tonight?
I'll be doing a show tonight. Yes.
All right, guys. Well, let's see here. We can go ahead and get the support up to, at least 80. I'll go ahead and keep going for another hour. I could do that. But if not, we can go ahead and end out on this hilarious video. Shout out to Jake GTV. You're ready to be offended.
Epstein has decided to finish off the Sand People.
Oh, wow. Probably has absolutely nothing to do with the Epstein files.
Right. Like, I'm sending my son off to Iran tonight. Let's see if we can find your son. Timmy, you're going to war. Pack your bags. Israel needs your help.
Haven't you seen Europa, The Last Battle? I'm not dying for the synagogue of Satan.
Whoa.
That's actually based.
Good call, Timmy. So all of a sudden, people just forgot about them burning the satanic ball statue. But let's see what it looked like in Iran the morning of February 28th.
Now, here it is, just some peaceful bombs. No word on whether Trumpenstein got the Ayatollah, but he did end up bombing a bunch of children, as Jeffrey Epstein would say. Whoops. But let's hear what the normies are saying about this whole thing.
Do you support Project Epstein Fury?
Of course. Every night I pray that my kids will fight for the Jews. But leave me alone. I've got bread and circuses to get to.
Hey, man, are you glad your taxes are being sent overseas?
Dude, my wife just downloaded Hinge last night and $7 for gas. Literally wish I was chosen at this point. How do you feel about sending our troops off to war again?
Oh, gosh, not another damn lefty. Bro, they are 1 week away from a nuke.
Wow, scary. Quick question. Do you support the Iran war?
Bro, they're going after every country that doesn't have a Rothschild banking system. And no, I'm not vaxxed.
I think I'm in love.
Thanks, Tom. You should definitely grab her number.
But this just in. A U.S. airstrike has destroyed a school in southern Iran. Ching Chung joins us live from the tragedy.
Ching Chong's crazy.
We're here outside the school where devastation has arisen.
How could anyone do this to innocent people?
Well, they do eat foreskins.
We got 2 Palestinian foreskins and 3 Christian white ones. Yes, chef. Idiot. They want the jerky on top of the pizza. Make it again. Yes, chef.
So how are your foreskins today?
The Chinese ones were a bit sour, but the white ones were divine.
Very insightful.
Yeah.
Ching Chong, back to you.
With over 100 innocent girls now obliterated, Vax normies are saying it's chill because they have Persian friends. Tom, go ahead.
Do you hear about the school bombing?
What about the women who are forced to wear?
No, that was funny. He's like, you know, a whole bunch of girls got killed, but it's all good though, man. It's all good. I got Persian friends. I got Iranian friends. Hey guys, stop listening to anybody who starts off a video with, "Hey, Iranian here."
Burkas, are you antiseptic or something? You should be celebrating.
Why?
Because I know Iranians, unlike you.
Absolutely retarded. And as these Iranians uncover more and more infants in the rubble, Israeli news is saying they did this to themselves.
You're saying Israel didn't do it? Are you kidding me? And of course not. It was America, I swear. Just ask them. We're always the victims and never the bad guys.
They're saying they didn't do it. Are you going to take responsibility?
Look, we've been very clear about this. They did it to themselves because they're terrorists and stuff. We're actually just saving them from themselves.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
Based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hickson? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still
But
investigating.
the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
I literally can't fathom the amount of mRNA flowing through someone's body to actually swallow this Epstein-level propaganda. But let's hear what Trumpstein, the president of no wars, has to say to the American Goya.
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. And it is a noble mission.
So in other words, he had 2 choices. Let the Steinberg files get out or sacrifice Goyim to protect the pedos.
Well, who cares about Epstein victims? The Dow is nearly 50,000. Yeah.
Let's hear what Anna Kasparian has to say.
Our soldiers are going to be in Israel right now as we speak, in order to defend the Israelis. Do the Israelis pay for our military? Are they the ones who are shelling out $1 trillion a year for our military? No, they're not. We pay for our military. Why are our soldiers based in Israel? Why do we have F-22 Raptors in Israel in order to protect Israel?
Hopefully this doesn't take 20 years like the last one.
Well, I'm not dying for Israel. Straight facts.
Right? Like, didn't you silly goy cattle learn from the Iraq war?
What should we do?
Let's ask Max Egan.
That guy's based.
Yeah, what about the service members that are actively deployed now?
Go home. Say no. Protect your families. What, are you going to go and fight a war for these people who we've just established torture, rape, and eat children? This is who you're going to fight.
Shut it down, Max. Your sons and daughters will die for Israel, whether you like it or not. Suck on this, Stu Peters. Back to the frickin' Goyslop, or you'll end up like Jackie.
Oh, gosh, the victim's cranky again.
I actually need a raise, so let's just read the headline.
Ugh, fine. February 28th strikes hit Tehran, Isfahan, and other parts of Iran, resulting in the death of their leader, Ali Khamenei.
Yay, this is so good for democracy.
Dude, do you really want Jewish supremacy?
Yeah, they just like jerky and pizza, but it's all a bunch of conspiracy theories.
Ugh, you are so gay, bro.
Sack the up. We're about to lose this country if you don't grow a pair. We outnumber them 10,000 to 1. Their Iron Dome is getting obliterated. Check this out. Boom, baby. Look at that shit.
They're overwhelming the shit out of that dome.
Dang, they're getting hit hard. I mean, good for Iran, but isn't this going to start World War III?
Yeah, pretty sure this is why they had to get rid of Charlie. Listen to what he said about this.
My whole life, I've been told that Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a nuclear bomb. And yet here in 2025, they do not have a nuclear bomb. The same people that told us that Iraq was a big threat, the same people that told us the Taliban was a big threat. The evidence shows that every single one of these people that is pushing for a conflict with Iran has been one of the greatest catastrophes in American foreign policy ever.
Oh, and the gaslighting, crazy how they try to say, actually, Charlie was for this, guys. Charlie was actually for war with Iran. Like, bro, TPUSA, bro, y'all done, bro. Y'all done. You guys are done. You completely crapped on everything this man stood for.
I mean, India has nuclear weapons. Pakistan has nuclear weapons. But lots of things are bad that we shouldn't risk destroying America to stop. And for me, this is a hard and fast red line.
Gosh, I miss Charlie, man.
Same.
But let's see Tel Aviv getting striked.
They're all just hiding in bunkers, though.
I don't care. Bring back Palestine, baby. Back to you, John.
This is the spiritual battle, folks, and God wins in the end. So chin up, soldiers. Boom. I mean, oh no, our greatest ally is getting treated like the sand people. That's so sad. Oh no, the Khazarians, Chosenites, are getting a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, what a tragedy.
We better stop noticing, right, Shapiro-Stein?
Just because the Torah says we're not supposed to mass migrate to Israel and we're not actual Jews doesn't mean we're not perpetual victims and the sand people need to leave.
Thank you, Shapiro-Stein. We need to come together and fulfill revelation. The Goyim are starting to notice, and we must usher in the digital beast system.
Wait, didn't the Bible say that the Messiah would come before the destruction of the Second Temple?
Yep.
And then it happened in 70 AD, right after
You got it.
So doesn't that mean these people are fulfilling revelation?
That's it. Their so-called Messiah is actually just the Antichrist.
Stop reading the frickin' Bible. We created Christian Zionism so you normies would keep calling us chosen. Daisy, distract the Goyim with your lustful milkers.
Thanks, producer Berg. It's like their women aren't even allowed to have only freaks.
You're so right, Daisy. I'm actually a feminist, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not letting you hit.
Damn, okay.
But the good news is we can finally install the wall kisser.
Yeah, that Islamic guy was so toxic.
We're still not f***ing. Shapiro-Stein, take it away.
Just because we marked Charlie Kirk and I have a small wiener doesn't mean we won't bomb the shit out of Iran for having nukes. Besides, our nukes are even bigger, so we have the right to exist. God said so.
Jeez, he has no chill.
No, for real. Did you see that one veteran get dragged out of the Senate hearing?
So the Marine who said no one wants to fight for Israel?
Yep. Check this out. Yep.
No one wants to fight for Israel.
His hand. Oh, his hand.
A U.S. Senator just broke the hand of a Marine. You're a clown.
I swear we're just their little go-away corporation, but let me pull up the senator who broke his arm. Every single Steinowitz. Back to you guys in the studio.
We seriously need to make them register as foreign agents.
Straight up, it's like, respect the troops until one badmouths Israel.
They just like active duty military aged men that are obedient and lethal.
Triple boosted, too.
Fully jabbed, exactly.
Let's go to Elena in Tel Aviv.
We're here in Tel Aviv where a missile hit a military facility, killing one unlucky chosen person. And while Israel bombs children, Israelis are once again dancing in their underground bunkers. Let's see what they're up to. Here they are, just singing their Talmudic songs of genocide while Iranians bury their children. But let's go live to see what's going on in Iran. Ching Chong, what's happening out there? We're here outside the burial site where Iranians are mourning the loss of their people. Mainstream news will not be showing you this, as Israel holds the world hostage with the Samson option, aka nuclear blackmail.
You know, I just want to make sure y'all know I don't condone everything that's said in here, but god damn it, a lot of it's funny.
World hostage with the Samson option, aka nuclear blackmail. And that basically means they're not afraid to use nukes, but not only on their enemies, but us too. Ian, break it down for us.
If our allies let us start to lose any of our wars, we're going to nuke them too. Because y'all pieces of shit should have had our backs when we were down. And if you don't, f you, we're bombing everybody.
Thanks, Ian. And while American Goyim are celebrating, the footage of actual Iranians tells a completely different story. Check this out. As you can see, the Western propaganda is falling apart. They're gathering in mass protest against regime change, while U.S. and Israel literally bombs their citizens. But don't take it from me. Let's hear it from the citizens.
Is this happiness about attacking Iran? I doubt they're even Iranians.
Your own parents and relatives are living in this country. Do you really expect a country that has brought prosperity to no one to bring it to you? Why would you think something like that?
Are they Iranian? I don't know what these people are happy about. They're ignorant and senseless people. They're both traitors to their people and traitors to their homeland. Dirty people.
Damn, I guess when you control the media, you can make anything look like a good thing, right?
I mean, how do you think they got 85% of people to take a poisonous vaccine?
I guess that's why they call us cattle, right, Ching Chong?
The U.S. and Israel expected assassinating their leader would mean millions of Iranians would take to the streets and overthrow their government. Instead, millions poured out to mourn and rally around the Iranian flag.
Shut it down! Get your ass back to America, or I'll turn you into a lampshade! Initiate the chemtrails!
Iran, bad.
A quick question. Did you notice the streaks in the sky earlier?
You're a conspiracy theorist. Iran, bad.
What the heck?
Thanks, guys. As you can see, we have a flow of jet stream chemtrails spraying nanoparticulate with aluminum and barium. Expect a heavy metal fog that will be blamed on climate change.
Seems like people are starting to accept the Iran ban.
I think it's the fluoride and heavy metals interacting with their mRNA, but what do I know?
That's based. Let's see what Trumpstein is telling the normies.
That was
Oh, guys, this is parody, okay? This is AI. This is complete parody. It's mixed in with some real footage, but most of it is AI. All right? All right.
tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people.
Like, I would tell you this, like, you could kind of tell which is AI and which is not. Like, when they was interviewing those Iranians and showing them the videos, I can actually show you that actual real video outside of this. But of course, when they come on with the brightly colored people and all that good stuff, like, that's AI.
People and killing people from all over the world. And I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible.
Iran bad.
Like, who's really going to wear a hat called MAGA faggot on it? Like, come on now. Ooh, probably shouldn't have dropped that word, but it is what it is.
Brought to you by the Jews at BlackRock, because you're not Joes.
He can't name a single American who has been killed by the Iranians because that hasn't happened. Iranians aren't the ones who for decades have been killing Americans to drag us into wars in the Middle East, into wars for their own territorial expansion. That has been Israel.
Wow, it's almost like no matter who we vote for, we just get Netanyahu.
Right, and this just in, North Korea says they could nuke Israel.
Oh, no, please don't. That would fix everything.
Yeah, oh no.
Please, Mr. Kim J, do us a favor and don't not do that.
I do love a good Korean barbecue.
Same.
Okay, that's it.
Shut it the heck down, Mr. Kim J. I swear, try me again and I press the nuclear activator. I'm this close. Run the freaking commercials or you're all getting nuked.
Have you tried our Goyslop Jr., made from 100% missing goyim? Perfect with sports ball and gambling.
I hate myself.
Enjoy cancer.
Goyslop Jr. Jeez, I've literally been craving the filet all week.
Yeah, Jerry loves his bread and circuses.
Stu Peters, wake the normies up.
The Iranians aren't the ones who bombed the USS Liberty. That was Israel. The Iranians aren't the ones who parked a moving van in view of the World Trade Center so they could film its demise and the deaths of thousands of Americans and then throw an impromptu dance party in the street. That was the Israelis.
Look, Stu, just because Mossad agents filmed and danced during the toppling of your little towers and sent napalm and burnt the lifeboats on the USS Liberty, which was an accident, doesn't mean anything. This time it's different. Trust me, I'm chosen. Right, Trumpenstein?
I will always be a friend and a champion to the Jewish people. I have been.
Good goy.
You're not welcome.
Stop controlling our government.
Supporting Israel is gay.
Ching chong. How's it going in Iran?
Large explosions have broken out behind me tonight. An Israeli strike reportedly hit an oil storage site here in Tehran. This was a civilian industrial facility. Over 1,000 innocent casualties because that's who Israel targets.
Thanks, Ching Chong. Look at those massive pillars of fire being sent into the air.
Why are they targeting innocent civilians?
Let's ask the Jake GTV investigation team.
Good question. Well, the Iran's weapon facilities are underground, and the chosen people follow the Talmud. Remember their motto? By way of deception, thou shalt do war. Let's hear from the White House.
Realize we're spending $1 billion every day?
Right, but Epstein Files was trending and we had to distract the public. By the way, the Dow is almost at 50,000.
The Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000.
The Dow is over 50,000 right now.
Because here we go. The Dow is now above 50,000.
Broke 50,000 on the Dow, with the Dow going to 50,000. So Dow is at 50,000. It was supposed to be maybe, if we were lucky, within by the end of my presidency in 4 years.
So has anyone told them war crimes don't hide sex crimes?
I don't know. Google Trends says otherwise.
Right? There was more uproar over George Floyd than our politicians eating.
Why they call us goy cattle. Thanks, guys. Good thing the Dow hit 50,000. And if you're still not following Jake GTV, you're probably a total pussy. Definitely a loser, most likely. Retarded.
All righty. Shout out to Jake GTV in that comical moment. Well, for most of us, some of y'all are actually pretty pissed off. But hey, come on now, lighten up a bit. It was funny. But all right, guys, this is Set with Set Media, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Make sure to double tap that screen on the way out, and we'll go ahead and leave from a word from my partner, Kalshi, and make sure to go ahead and get in, well, cash in on that deal. Hey, if you trade 20, you get 20, but I'll leave the rest to. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETMedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who Trump nominated as Fed chair. Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi.